What if the creator of our reality isn't who we think it is, or isn't what we think it is? Is the Demiurge, this figure lurking in ancient texts, a benevolent architect of existence or a limiting cosmic force, forever shaping a flawed creation? We find ourselves at the threshold of a profound question, one that challenges the conventional dichotomy between good and evil, and invites us to reconsider the very nature of creation itself. To understand this enigmatic figure, we must first delve into the historical tapestry from which it emerged. The concept of the Demiurge finds its roots in Gnosticism, a complex and diverse set of religious and philosophical beliefs that flourished in the early centuries of the Common Era. Gnostic texts depict the Demiurge as the creator of the material world, often portrayed as a lesser or even ignorant being, distinct from the true, transcendent God. Plato, in his Timaeus, also introduces a Demiurge, a divine craftsman who fashions the world from pre-existing materials, striving to create the best possible likeness of the eternal forms. But as we find in these varying accounts, some view the Demiurge as a misguided creator, stumbling in the dark, while others see it as a deliberately deceptive force, trapping souls within a cycle of illusion. Even Carl Jung, the renowned Swiss psychiatrist, lends his perspective, linking the Demiurge to the shadow self, the hidden aspects of our personality, or the ego, the part of us that identifies with the material world. Now, consider the inherent limitations and imperfections of the world around us. The suffering, the injustice, the relentless cycle of birth and death. Are these simply the consequences of a flawed creation, the byproduct of a limited architect? If the Demiurge, whatever its nature, is indeed limited, so too is its creation, and so too are we, insofar as we identify solely with this material realm. Without understanding the nature of this potential cosmic limitation, we risk remaining trapped within a cycle of illusion, forever bound to the whims of a force we do not comprehend. However, what if we could awaken from this dream, break free from the cycle, and transcend the Demiurge's influence through spiritual practices, self-awareness, or esoteric knowledge? The Demiurge, then, embodies the inherent duality of creation, representing both a creative force and a limiting one, a reflection of the interplay between order and chaos, light and darkness. It isn't simply good or evil, but embodies both, a reflection of the dualistic nature of reality itself. Understanding the Demiurge can lead to a more nuanced and complete understanding of ourselves and the cosmos, offering a path towards spiritual liberation and a deeper understanding of reality. So, let's begin our journey into the world of the Demiurge and uncover its hidden truths. First, we will delve into the historical roots of the Demiurge, examining its depictions in Gnostic texts and Plato's Timaeus. Then, we'll explore Carl Jung's psychological interpretation, linking the Demiurge to the shadow self and the ego. Finally, we'll consider the esoteric traditions that offer pathways to transcend the Demiurge's influence and achieve spiritual liberation. Let's begin our exploration and see what the ancient texts reveal. Within the intricate tapestry of Gnostic cosmology, the Demiurge emerges as a pivotal figure, a cosmic architect responsible for shaping the material universe, yet tragically distinct and distant from the true, higher God. But what does this distinction truly imply for our understanding of reality? The Gnostics, with their radical perspective, posited that the material world, far from being a divine masterpiece, is inherently flawed, an imperfect reflection of a higher, more perfect realm. This imperfection stems directly from the Demiurge's limited understanding and creative capacity, setting the stage for a reality riddled with suffering, illusion, and the constant yearning for something more, something beyond the grasp of our physical senses. To grasp the Gnostic vision, we must journey to the realm of the pleroma, the spiritual domain of the true God, a boundless expanse of light, knowledge, and perfect harmony. The pleroma represents the ultimate source of all existence, a realm far beyond the Demiurge's comprehension. Within this divine sphere resided Sophia, or wisdom, an emanation of the divine, yet whose actions would inadvertently set in motion the creation of the Demiurge. In her yearning to emanate independently, without the consent of the divine, Sophia initiated a process of separation, a cosmic ripple that resulted in the birth of a being utterly ignorant of the true God's existence. This act of separation, seen as an error or a deviation, marks the genesis of the Demiurge, a force destined to shape a world veiled in illusion. What are the implications if the very foundations of our reality were laid upon such separation? Born from Sophia's yearning and existing outside the Pleroma's light, the Demiurge, in turn, brought forth a host of entities known as the Archons. These beings serve as his helpers and agents, diligently maintaining the material world and perpetuating humanity's imprisonment within ignorance. They act as barriers, preventing souls from recognizing their true origins and the path to spiritual liberation. Their names, often bizarre and evocative, such as Yaldabaoth, Saklas, and Samil, are not mere labels, but keys to understanding their nature and functions within the Demiurge's flawed framework. In the Gnostic view, names hold power, and the Archons' names reveal their roles in maintaining the illusion. But is there a way to break through this illusion by understanding these names? Now let us turn our attention to the Apocryphon of John, a cornerstone of Gnostic literature, offering a detailed account of the Demiurge's genesis and his role in the creation of our perceived reality. This text, rediscovered in the mid-20th century among the Nag Hammadi library in Egypt, provides a unique lens through which to view the Gnostic cosmology, revealing the Demiurge's flawed nature and the potential for humanity to transcend his influence. The Apocryphon of John is not merely an ancient myth. It's a profound exploration of the nature of reality, the origins of suffering, and the possibility of spiritual awakening. So let's explore how this text unveils the creation of the Demiurge. According to the Apocryphon of John, the Demiurge, named Yaldabaoth in this text, emerged from Sophia as an imperfect being, possessing a grotesque form and an inflated ego. The text describes him as having a lion-like face and being serpentine, a visual representation of his chaotic and flawed nature. Utterly ignorant of the true God dwelling within the Pleroma, Yaldabaoth declared, "I am God, and there is no other God beside me," a statement dripping with arrogance and delusion. This proclamation, a direct quote from the text, encapsulates the Demiurge's fundamental flaw, a profound lack of awareness and a narcissistic belief in his own supremacy. Are we, perhaps, also susceptible to such delusions of grandeur, blinded by our own limited perspectives? Driven by this distorted sense of self-importance, Yaldabaoth embarked on a mission to create the cosmos and humanity, unknowingly imitating the perfect forms existing within the Pleroma. Yet, his creation was inherently flawed, a distorted reflection of the divine realm. He fashioned the material world, filled with impermanence and suffering, and then, in a further act of imitation, created Adam and Eve, the first humans. However, in planting the tree of knowledge, Yaldabaoth inadvertently opened the door for humanity to question his authority and seek a higher truth. Was this a deliberate act or a miscalculation on the part of the Demiurge? But here is the crux of the Gnostic narrative. Sophia, or other divine beings from the Pleroma, introduced a divine spark, the soul, into humanity. This divine spark is the key to our potential awakening, the inherent ability to transcend the Demiurge's control and recognize our true origins. This soul, a fragment of the true God, grants humans the capacity for gnosis, or knowledge, the very tool needed to break free from the Demiurge's illusion. Without this divine spark, humanity would remain mere puppets of the Demiurge, forever trapped in his flawed creation. Could this divine spark be the very essence of our consciousness, waiting to be ignited? The Gnostic portrayal of the Demiurge paints a stark picture of a flawed and ignorant creator, emphasizing the inherent limitations of the material world he brought into being. His creation, born from imperfect imitation, stands as a testament to his limited understanding and his inability to replicate the perfection of the Pleroma. This flawed creation is not merely an aesthetic imperfection. It has profound consequences for humanity, leading to suffering, illusion, and a persistent lack of awareness of the true God and our divine potential. What if the very fabric of our reality is woven with these limitations, shaping our perceptions and experiences? One of the most significant consequences of the Demiurge's ignorance, according to the Gnostics, is humanity's state of being asleep or intoxicated. Trapped within the material world, we are largely unaware of our true nature and our connection to the divine. We stumble through life, driven by desires, fears, and illusions, blindly accepting the limitations imposed upon us by the Demiurge's creation. This state of unawareness is not accidental. It is actively maintained by the Demiurge and his archons, who seek to keep humanity enslaved to their flawed system. But consider the insidious nature of the veil of forgetfulness, a mechanism employed by the Demiurge and his archons to perpetuate humanity's ignorance, a concept often overlooked yet central to understanding our perceived reality. This veil acts as a barrier, clouding our memories of our divine origins and obscuring our true potential. It's as if we've been given a cosmic amnesia, preventing us from recalling who we truly are and where we come from. By manipulating our memories and perceptions, the Demiurge ensures that we remain trapped within his flawed creation, unable to recognize the path to liberation. What if the veil isn't some external force, but our own limited perception? Ultimately, the Gnostic narrative presents a profound duality. The Demiurge is both a creator and a limiter, a force that brings the material world into being, but also imprisons us within its confines. The material world itself is both beautiful and a prison, offering sensory experiences and opportunities for growth, yet simultaneously obscuring our true nature and our connection to the divine. This duality, this tension between creation and limitation, is at the very heart of the Gnostic worldview, echoing the duality of our own existence. But is there a way to reconcile this duality, to find balance within the seeming contradictions of our reality? Even amidst this seemingly bleak outlook, the Gnostic tradition offers a beacon of hope, a firm belief in the possibility of transcending the Demiurge's influence and achieving spiritual liberation. The key to this liberation lies in gnosis, in acquiring the inner knowledge that awakens us from our slumber and allows us to recognize our true divine nature. This gnosis is not simply intellectual understanding. It's a profound, transformative experience that shatters the illusions of the material world and opens the path to union with the true God. But how do we attain this gnosis, this transformative knowledge that can set us free? In the Gnostic narrative, Christ or other divine messengers play a crucial role in helping humanity awaken and remember their true origins. These messengers descend from the Pleroma, bringing with them the knowledge and guidance needed to navigate the treacherous path to liberation. They act as catalysts, sparking the divine spark within us and reminding us of our inherent connection to the true God. But the ultimate responsibility for achieving liberation rests with each individual, requiring a dedicated pursuit of inner knowledge and self-discovery. Could these divine messengers represent aspects of our own higher selves, guiding us from within? This path of liberation, as envisioned by the Gnostics, resonates deeply with contemporary spiritual practices such as mindfulness, self-awareness, and the relentless pursuit of inner truth. By cultivating these qualities, we can begin to pierce through the veil of forgetfulness, recognize the limitations of the material world, and awaken to our true potential. Gnosis, in this sense, is not an esoteric concept reserved for a select few. It is a practical path available to anyone willing to embark on the journey of self-discovery. But let us not limit our understanding of the Demiurge to solely a Gnostic context, for its echoes can be found within the depths of our own psyches. In our next section, we will explore how the Demiurge can be understood as a powerful symbol of the ego and its limiting beliefs, setting the stage for a profound psychological interpretation. What if the Demiurge is not just an external force, but a reflection of our own internal limitations? In our exploration of the Demiurge, we've primarily focused on the Gnostic perspective, a vision of a flawed creator shaping a world of illusion and limitation. But does this narrative represent the complete picture? Let us now turn our attention to a different, arguably more optimistic account, that of Plato, the renowned Greek philosopher, who presents a vastly different demiurge in his dialogue Timaeus. Plato's Timaeus, a cornerstone of Western philosophical thought, offers a compelling cosmology where the demiurge is not a flawed or ignorant being, but a benevolent craftsman, a divine intellect driven by a desire to bring order and harmony to the pre-existing chaos. To truly appreciate this distinction, we must understand that Timaeus is not merely a standalone text, but an integral part of Plato's broader philosophical system, providing his framework for understanding the cosmos and humanity's place within it. Where the Gnostic demiurge is a source of suffering, Plato's is a force for good. Is this difference simply a matter of perspective, or does it reveal a deeper truth about the nature of creation itself? This contrast, a pivotal point of debate that continues to resonate through centuries of philosophical and esoteric discourse, is a point that will be crucial as we move forward. And let us not forget the ongoing influence of Timaeus on Western thought, extending far beyond esoteric circles, shaping our understanding of science, ethics, and the very fabric of reality. To fully comprehend Plato's demiurge, we must delve into his theory of forms, the eternal and perfect archetypes that serve as the blueprint for the material world. These forms, such as the form of the good, beauty, and justice, are not mere concepts, but rather they are the ultimate reality, unchanging, eternal, and accessible only through reason, not through our fallible senses. Imagine, if you will, a perfect circle, existing not as a physical object, but as an ideal, a mathematical perfection that all drawn circles imperfectly emulate. This is the essence of the forms, the ultimate standards against which all things are measured. Understanding the forms is key to understanding Plato's cosmology, as they represent the ultimate reality that the demiurge strives to replicate. How can a flawed creation point back to a perfect form? The relationship between the forms and the material world, according to Plato, is one of aspiration and limitation. The demiurge, in his benevolent endeavor, seeks to make the material world as similar to the forms as possible, yet he is inherently constrained by the imperfection of matter itself. Consider Plato's famous allegory of the cave, where prisoners, chained and facing a wall, perceive only shadows as reality, mistaking the flickering images for true forms. Similarly, our material world is but a shadow of the true reality of the forms, a pale imitation limited by the inherent imperfections of matter. This mirrors the Gnostic idea of illusion, but with a crucial difference. In Plato's view, the illusion is not born of malice, but of necessity, a consequence of the limitations of the material world. Let us now consider the demiurge as a craftsman, diligently shaping the cosmos with intelligence and a profound desire to create the best possible world. Plato does not envision the demiurge as creating ex nihilo out of nothing, but rather as working with pre-existing matter and space, like a sculptor shaping clay. The demiurge's process is one of rational order, guided by the eternal forms. He imbues the cosmos with structure, proportion, and beauty, striving to mirror the perfection of the forms in the imperfect medium of matter. He does not simply materialize things out of nothing, but instead uses what is already available to him. Consider the implications if the world around us was intelligently designed. Within this framework, Plato offers a compelling view of the creation of time, describing it as a moving image of eternity, ingeniously created by the demiurge to bring order and measure to the cosmos. Prior to the demiurge's act of creation, there was only eternity, an unchanging and timeless realm. By introducing time, the demiurge brought about sequence, change, and the very possibility of existence as we know it. Time, in this view, is not merely a dimension, but a deliberate construct, a tool used by the demiurge to structure and organize the cosmos. This notion is knowledge progression, so let us consider it carefully. Furthermore, the Demiurge fashioned the world's soul and placed it within the cosmos, giving it life, intelligence, and the capacity for self-motion. This world soul, acting as a unifying principle, permeates the entire cosmos, connecting all things and imbuing them with a sense of purpose and order. It is the very life force that animates the universe, a concept that resonates with many esoteric traditions. And in Plato's account of the creation of humans, he summarizes that humans were created by the gods, following the Demiurge's initial design. We should consider what implications this may hold. Considering the motivations of Plato's Demiurge, we find an inherent goodness and an unwavering desire to create a harmonious and beautiful world. Driven by a profound love for the good, the Demiurge strives to bring the forms into being as fully as possible in the material realm, imbuing the cosmos with order, beauty, and intelligence. This benevolent motivation stands in stark contrast to the Gnostic view of the Demiurge, which we explored earlier. Where the Gnostic Demiurge is driven by ignorance and ego, Plato's Demiurge is motivated by pure, unadulterated goodness. By now, we have established that the motivations and implications of each Demiurge are vastly different. This stark contrast between the Gnostic and Platonic views of the Demiurge prompts us to consider the problem of evil. If the Demiurge is inherently good, how do we explain the existence of evil and imperfection in the world? Plato attributes this not to the Demiurge's malice, but to the inherent limitations of matter itself. Matter, in its imperfection, resists the Demiurge's efforts to fully realize the forms in the material world. Evil, therefore, is not a deliberate creation, but a consequence of the limitations of the material realm, a deviation from the perfect order that the Demiurge strives to achieve. Evil exists not from the creation, but from the limitations of creation. But does this truly explain the presence of suffering and injustice in the world? Can we truly attribute all imperfections to the limitations of matter, or is there a deeper, more complex explanation? This question continues to challenge philosophers and theologians to this day, highlighting the enduring relevance of Plato's ideas. This also connects to contemporary ethical theory when discussing purpose, meaning, and the inherent goodness or badness of the world. However, it is the enduring question that will challenge everything. Analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of Plato's Demiurge as an explanation for the origin and nature of the cosmos, we find both compelling arguments and persistent challenges. The rationality and orderliness of Plato's system, its emphasis on purpose and meaning, and its profound influence on subsequent philosophical and theological traditions are undeniable strengths. But how are we to reconcile the lack of a clear explanation for the origin of matter, the dualistic nature of the system, forms versus matter, and the difficulty of reconciling the Demiurge's perfection with the imperfections of the world? These are critical perspectives to consider and address. Compared to contemporary scientific theories about the origin and evolution of the universe, Plato's ideas may seem outdated, but they continue to resonate with those seeking meaning and purpose in the cosmos. While modern cosmology focuses on physical processes and empirical observation, Plato's cosmology delves into the realm of metaphysics, exploring the underlying principles and motivations that shape reality. How does Plato's approach compare? As we draw this section to a close, let us remember that we are just scratching the surface. We will next delve into how the Demiurge can be understood as a symbol of the human psyche and its limitations, setting the stage for a profound psychological interpretation that may well challenge your understanding of everything we have discussed thus far. In the coming section, we will explore the idea of whether the Demiurge is a reflection of our own internal limitations. Following our exploration of Plato's vision, we now arrive at a critical juncture: the internal landscape. Is the Demiurge, this creator and limiter, merely an external force, or does it reside within each of us, shaping our individual realities? What if the limitations we perceive in the world are but a reflection of our own internal constraints? It's time to bridge ancient Gnostic concepts and modern psychological understanding through the lens of Carl Jung. Carl Jung, a towering figure in the field of psychology, was deeply fascinated by esoteric traditions and saw them as rich sources of symbolic understanding. Jung posited that recurring themes and images across cultures and throughout history pointed to the existence of archetypes, universal patterns of the psyche that reside in the collective unconscious. Could the Demiurge, then, be understood as one such archetype, a fundamental pattern deeply embedded within the human psyche? Jung's approach provides a bridge, connecting the ancient Gnostic concepts to our modern understanding of the human psyche. The question becomes, how does this manifest in the individual? The ego, in Jungian terms, is the center of our conscious awareness, responsible for our sense of self, our identity, and our experience of reality. But is this self truly our own, or merely a construct? Like the Demiurge, the ego is both a creative and limiting force in our lives. It is the filter through which we perceive the world, shaping our interpretations and influencing our actions. The ego diligently constructs a coherent narrative of our lives, providing us with a sense of continuity and purpose. But by what means does this construction take place? Consider this: two individuals witness the same event, perhaps a heated argument or a moment of unexpected generosity. Yet, their interpretations of that event can differ drastically. One might see conflict and aggression, while the other sees passion and underlying care. These differing interpretations are not merely random occurrences, but arise from the unique structures of their egos, their individual patterns of perception, belief, and past experience. The ego, in this sense, creates our individual reality by filtering and interpreting our experiences, but at what cost? Yet, alongside its creative functions, the ego also imposes limitations. It tends to identify with specific roles, beliefs, and desires, leading to a restricted view of reality. We may cling to certain identities: I am a successful professional, I am a devoted parent, I am a victim of circumstance, and these identities, while providing a sense of security, can also confine us. These self-imposed labels may lead to a restricted view of reality, preventing us from seeing the full spectrum of possibilities and experiences. Are we truly free if we are bound by our own self-definitions? Or is this, like the Gnostics believed, another form of imprisonment? The ego's limitations, this tendency to become trapped in specific roles and beliefs, echoes the Gnostic idea of being trapped in illusion or ignorance. Just as the Gnostic Demiurge, blinded by its own limited perspective, creates a flawed world, so too does the ego, clinging to its fixed view, create a limited reality for ourselves. Are we then merely puppets of our own ego constructs, destined to repeat the same patterns and perpetuate the same limitations? What if we could look deeper and see our potential for more? But where does this potential begin, and what is this shadow that we speak of? The shadow self is the unconscious and repressed aspect of our personality, the repository of all those qualities, emotions, and desires that we deem unacceptable, undesirable, or inconsistent with our conscious self-image. It includes negative emotions like anger, resentment, and envy, as well as unacceptable desires and rejected potentials. However, the shadow is not simply a dark repository of negativity. Within the shadow also lies untapped creativity, assertiveness, and other valuable traits that have been rejected or suppressed. It is not simply evil, but a complex and multifaceted aspect of our being. This is why understanding the shadow is essential to the journey of self-discovery, the integration of the shadow self. This too is gnosis, and this is what they do not want you to realize. The shadow must be integrated, understood, and balanced. In fact, the shadow, with its mix of positive and negative qualities, bears a striking resemblance to the darker aspects attributed to the Demiurge. The Demiurge's ignorance, arrogance, and tendency to control or manipulate can be seen as projections of our own repressed shadow qualities, projected onto the world around us. We see these qualities in the world, but what if they are just in ourselves? Are we just like the Demiurge, projecting our dark qualities out into the world around us. What happens if we repress the shadow? Repressing the shadow can lead to a host of psychological problems, including anxiety, depression, and self-sabotaging behaviors. It can also lead to projection, where we attribute our own unacceptable qualities to others, seeing in them the very traits that we disown in ourselves. This can lead to distorted perceptions, interpersonal conflicts, and a general sense of unease. Ignoring the shadow can also lead to unconscious acting out, where repressed desires and emotions manifest in destructive or harmful ways. Therefore, shadow work is critical. Here is where individuation comes in. Individuation in Jungian psychology, as we touched on earlier, is the lifelong journey of integrating the conscious and unconscious aspects of the self, including the ego and the shadow. It is a process of becoming whole, of embracing our full potential, both light and dark. And how do we do that? The steps involved in individuation are multifaceted and require commitment. They include self-awareness, acceptance, and integration of the shadow. Practical techniques like dream analysis, active imagination, and dedicated shadow work can facilitate this process. By consciously exploring our dreams, engaging in creative expression, and confronting our shadow aspects, we can bring the unconscious into conscious awareness and begin to integrate it into our personality. But is this just limited to the mental, or does it affect the spiritual? This is where the Gnostic path of liberation is critical. Integrating the shadow is a form of gnosis, self-knowledge, that allows us to break free from the Demiurge's limiting influence. By understanding our own internal limitations, our own patterns of thought and behavior, we can begin to transcend them. As we start to understand ourselves, we start to understand the world around us and become closer to the divine. With this knowledge, we can see the illusion for what it is. Individuation is not about eliminating the ego, but transforming it. It is about shifting from a rigid, controlling ego to a more flexible, compassionate, and integrated sense of self. It is about recognizing that the ego is not the enemy, but a tool, and that we can learn to use it more skillfully. What does the ego become in this transformation? By becoming conscious of our limitations and embracing our full potential, both light and dark, we begin to transcend the Demiurge. We begin to see beyond the illusion of separation and limitation, recognizing our interconnectedness with all things. This is the ultimate goal of spiritual liberation, but is it really that simple? As we reach for the divine, can anything else help us in our ascension? As we consider this spiritual ascension, we must also consider another esoteric tradition for the transcendence of the material world and the Demiurge's influence. I'm speaking of the ancient and esoteric Kabbalah and how it connects to the tree of life. We will explore that in our next video. As we concluded, the concept of spiritual ascension, the Kabbalah, beckons us to explore the ancient and esoteric traditions and connections of the tree of life to transcendence of the material world and the Demiurge's influence. But before we dive into those intricate pathways, let's consider the source of the divine spark itself, the catalyst for both creation and the potential for our liberation, the Gnostic Sophia. Sophia, in Gnostic cosmology, is not simply a goddess, but a profound emanation of divine wisdom, a feminine principle whose actions inadvertently set in motion the creation of the Demiurge and consequently the material world as we know it. To frame her merely as a deity would be to diminish her significance. She is the embodiment of divine wisdom, a force both creative and, in a sense, destructive, whose story is central to understanding the Gnostic worldview. But what exactly drove Sophia to initiate this chain of events, and what does it tell us about the nature of knowledge itself? Driven by an insatiable desire to know the unknowable, to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the divine, Sophia ventured beyond the prescribed boundaries of the pleroma, the realm of perfect and complete divinity. This act, born of divine wisdom, was not a transgression in the conventional sense, but rather an act of profound courage and a testament to the inherent drive within consciousness to explore the furthest reaches of reality. However, this quest for ultimate knowledge came at a price, a cosmic event with repercussions that continue to shape our existence. This emanation outside the pleroma, this daring quest for knowledge, resulted in a separation, a division within the divine fabric that had profound consequences. It was this separation that created the very circumstances for the Demiurge's existence, a flawed creator born from Sophia's longing. Yet paradoxically, it also planted the seeds of the divine spark within humanity, the potential for us to transcend the limitations of the material world and reconnect with our true origins. But why was Sophia's act so consequential, and how did it give rise to both the Demiurge and the divine spark within us? To better understand Sophia's role and significance, let's briefly touch on other feminine figures across various traditions. Consider the Virgin Mary in Christianity, revered for her purity and her role as the Mother of God, or Shakti in Hinduism, the divine feminine energy that empowers the cosmos. While these figures differ in their specific attributes and narratives, they share a common thread. They represent the potent and multifaceted nature of the feminine principle, as Gnostic Sophia does. Like these figures, Sophia represents both a creative and potentially disruptive force in the spiritual and cosmic landscape. But what exactly was Sophia longing for, and how did that longing give rise to the Demiurge? The Gnostic narrative of Sophia's fall from grace is a poignant tale of longing, desire, and the inherent imperfections of creation. It speaks to the emotional and spiritual consequences of separation from the divine source, a separation marked by regret, sorrow, and a persistent yearning for reunification. What if the very act of creation, of bringing something new into existence, inevitably involves a degree of imperfection, a departure from the perfect wholeness of the divine? Is flawlessness even attainable in the material world? Sophia's longing for the divine, her yearning to fully comprehend the nature of the pleroma, drove her to attempt to create something independently, to manifest her own vision of reality. Imagine an artist, consumed by inspiration, driven to create a masterpiece, yet lacking the full mastery of their craft. The resulting artwork, while imbued with beauty and creativity, may also bear the marks of imperfection, the traces of the artist's struggle. In a similar vein, Sophia's creation, born of longing but lacking the full power of the divine, resulted in the flawed being we know as the Demiurge. But what were the specific consequences of this act, and how did it shape the world we inhabit? While the Demiurge is undeniably a flawed creation, a being of limited awareness and a tendency toward control, it is crucial to remember that he is, in essence, a consequence of Sophia's longing. The Demiurge embodies not inherent evil, but the inevitable imperfections that arise from the act of creation itself. Perfection, it seems, may be an unattainable ideal within the material realm, a realm defined by limitation, change, and the constant interplay of opposing forces. But doesn't all creation spring forth from a singular source of divine inspiration? The story of Sophia's fall, her separation from the divine, resonates deeply with the human experience of separation, alienation, and the persistent search for meaning. Are we not all, in a sense, emanations of the divine, cast into a world of imperfection and limitation, yearning to reconnect with our source? The human condition, with its inherent contradictions, its mixture of joy and sorrow, hope and despair, is perhaps a reflection of this cosmic drama, a mirror of Sophia's longing and the Demiurge's flawed creation. In other words, our own experiences as humans mirrors this. In contrast to the tale of Sophia and the Demiurge, consider the story of Lucifer as it's presented in other religious texts. Lucifer's rebellion is often portrayed as an act of pride, a deliberate defiance of divine authority, resulting in his expulsion from heaven and his transformation into a symbol of evil. Sophia's actions, while leading to unintended consequences, stem not from malice or rebellion, but from a deep and abiding love for the divine. What if we then looked at Lucifer differently as well? The Gnostic perspective offers a unique lens through which to examine the nature of good and evil. Challenging the simplistic binary, that often dominates religious and philosophical thought. By understanding Sophia's motivations and the consequences of her actions, we can begin to appreciate the complexities of creation, the interplay of intention and outcome, and the potential for both darkness and light to emerge from even the most well-intentioned acts. This leaves one wondering about the archetypes of creation. Let's delve into a way to understand Sophia not just as a historical figure, but as a universal pattern in the human psyche. As an archetype of the anima in Jungian psychology, the anima represents the feminine aspect of the male psyche, the source of creativity, intuition, and connection to the unconscious. So how does Sophia embody these qualities? And what happens when these qualities are repressed or ignored? Sophia, with her deep connection to wisdom, her intuitive understanding of the divine, and her creative impulse to manifest her vision of reality, embodies the anima's qualities in a profound way. Think of historical figures like Joan of Arc, driven by inner visions and a fierce determination to fulfill their purpose, or fictional characters like Galadriel from The Lord of the Rings, who possess both immense power and profound wisdom. These figures, in their own ways, reflect the archetypal energy of the anima, the guiding force of intuition and inspiration. But can the anima also have a dark side? Indeed, the anima, like any archetype, possesses a shadow side. When the anima is not integrated, when its qualities are repressed or denied, it can manifest in negative emotions, irrationality, and projection onto others. Jealousy, possessiveness, and destructive emotional outbursts can all be seen as expressions of the unintegrated anima. How many relationships are damaged by these expressions? How many creative projects are stifled by self-doubt and irrational fears? Connecting the integration of the anima to the Gnostic path of liberation, we see a path to achieving wholeness and balance. It's a transcendence of the limitations of the ego and an embrace of the full spectrum of human experience. This echoes the Gnostic quest for gnosis, for self-knowledge that leads to liberation from the illusions of the material world. Is it possible that integrating the anima is key to unlocking our own divine spark? Let's compare Sophia with portrayals of feminine figures in other ancient religions. We see goddesses of wisdom, love, and war, each reflecting different aspects of the feminine principle. By exploring these diverse perspectives, we can gain a richer appreciation for the multifaceted nature of the feminine and its enduring significance across cultures. But how do different cultures understand and value the feminine principle, and what can we learn from these varied perspectives? These highlight both similarities and differences with the Gnostic view of Sophia. Some cultures emphasize the nurturing and life-giving aspects of the feminine, while others focus on its power, independence, and connection to the cycles of nature. By examining these different lenses, we can expand our understanding of Sophia and her place within the broader tapestry of human spirituality. What emerges is something so much more. And from that understanding, we can appreciate its impacts on humanity. Sophia's emanation, her departure from the divine source, represents the birth of consciousness, a separation that carries within it the potential for both limitation and liberation. Relate this to the idea of individuation in Jungian psychology, where the individual separates from the collective unconscious, forging their own unique path. But what are the specific limitations imposed by this initial separation, and how do they shape our experience of the world? Highlight how the limitations of the material world and the Demiurge's influence are a consequence of this initial separation. It creates a framework to understand suffering and imperfection. Physical laws, for example, limit our movement and perception, shaping our experience of space and time. Social structures, often born from the Demiurge's impulse to control, can restrict our freedom and limit our potential. But do these limitations necessarily define us? Sophia's presence within humanity provides the potential for awakening and transcendence, but this potential requires effort and self-awareness. Consider figures like the Buddha, who transcended the limitations of suffering through meditation and mindfulness, or Nelson Mandela, who overcame the shackles of oppression through courage and unwavering commitment. These individuals demonstrate that even in the face of immense challenges, the human spirit is capable of remarkable feats of transformation. But what is the key to unlocking this potential within ourselves? In contrast to the concept of Eve in the Judeo-Christian tradition, who is tempted and falls from grace, Sophia's actions stem from her longing for the divine. While her actions ultimately lead to unintended consequences, they are not born of malice or a desire to defy God. She is not evil, but rather a force of nature, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a deep love for the divine. This highlights the unique Gnostic views presented by the story of Sophia. As we move toward the Gnostic path of reclaiming the divine spark within humanity through gnosis, through knowledge and self-awareness, we see that Sophia acts as a guide. Reclaiming this spark is connected to achieving personal freedom and fulfillment. Is this freedom merely the purview of enlightenment, or are there other benefits to be had? How does gnosis involve recognizing our true origins and transcending the limitations of the ego and the material world? This is not simply intellectual knowledge, but a deeper experiential understanding, a knowing that comes from within. It is about recognizing our connection to the divine source and embracing our full potential. And that all begins by asking the right questions. Mention practices like meditation, contemplation, and self-reflection as ways to cultivate gnosis and connect with Sophia's wisdom. Quiet the ego and access deeper levels of consciousness. Silence allows us to hear the whispers of our intuition, the guidance of our inner wisdom, and the voice of Sophia herself. In fact, with enough practice, we can learn to listen to that voice above all others. Emphasize the importance of embracing both the light and the dark aspects of our being. Integrating the shadow self and accepting our imperfections. True wholeness comes from embracing both sides of the coin. In a world that often emphasizes perfection and conformity, embracing our imperfections can be a revolutionary act. By acknowledging our flaws, our vulnerabilities, and our struggles, we become more authentic, more compassionate, and more fully human. But where does one even begin? Connect to modern-day practices such as shadow work, mindfulness, and the study of esoteric traditions. The Gnostic Sophia remains relevant. These practices help to appreciate the ideals behind reclaiming the Gnostic Sophia. By exploring our shadow selves, we can unearth hidden potentials, heal past wounds, and move toward greater wholeness. By practicing mindfulness, we can cultivate awareness of our thoughts, emotions, and sensations, allowing us to respond to life's challenges with greater clarity and compassion. As we seek to reclaim the divine spark, the tree of life of the Kabbalah can illuminate our path, providing a map of consciousness and a framework for understanding our place within the cosmos. But we're just scratching the surface. What we'll discover next is even more shocking as we delve deeper into this hidden wisdom. That, seekers, is something they do not want you to know. Doesn't it seem paradoxical that within the very limitations of the Demiurge's creation lies the potential for our own spiritual liberation, a glimmer of hope amidst what many perceive as a cosmic prison? The key to unlocking this potential, fellow mystics, resides in understanding Sophia's imprint, the divine essence that permeates the Demiurge's realm and acts as a catalyst for awakening. So, how does this divine spark manifest, and how can we actively access it? Sophia's presence within creation is akin to a hidden code, a latent potentiality waiting to be activated. Think of it as a failsafe or override switch within the Demiurge's operating system. This divine spark, this echo of the pleroma, is what grants humanity the capacity to transcend the limitations imposed upon us, to see beyond the veil of illusion, and to ultimately reconnect with our true divine origins. Without this spark, we would be mere automatons, puppets dancing to the tune of the Demiurge's limited vision, forever trapped within his meticulously constructed, yet ultimately flawed, reality. But how can we tap into this divine potential? Accessing Sophia's wisdom, activating this divine spark, is not a passive process. It requires conscious effort, dedicated practice, and a willingness to challenge the perceived limitations of our reality. Practices like meditation and contemplation serve as pathways to quiet the incessant chatter of the ego, the voice of the demiurge within us, and to attune ourselves to the subtle whispers of Sophia's presence. Consider, for example, meditating on passages from the Hypostasis of the Archons, a Gnostic text that unveils the demiurge's arrogance and ignorance, allowing us to recognize the limitations of his perspective and to cultivate a deeper understanding of our own divine potential. It's by turning our gaze inward that we may find the exit. Imagine the demiurge's creation as a sophisticated computer program, a complex simulation designed to keep us confined within its virtual walls. Within this program, however, lies a hidden code, a secret subroutine planted by Sophia herself. This code, accessible through specific hacking techniques, practices like meditation, self-inquiry, and the study of esoteric wisdom, allows us to bypass the program's intended limitations and access higher levels of functionality, to perceive the true nature of reality beyond the confines of the simulation. By inputting the correct keys and sequences, we begin to alter our world. The key, as always, is knowledge, and as we prepare to delve deeper into this journey, prepare to be amazed, for what awaits us is nothing less than the key to unlocking this divine spark, breaking free from the demiurge's influence and ascending to a higher state of consciousness. But let's not mistake this realm solely as a prison. The material world, the very fabric of the demiurge's creation, presents us with a profound paradox. It is simultaneously a realm of limitation, born from a flawed creator, and a realm of potential, infused with Sophia's divine essence, a canvas upon which we can paint our own path to transcendence. Isn't it possible that the imperfections we perceive are not necessarily evidence of inherent evil, but rather reflections of the demiurge's limited vision, his restricted resources, or simply the inherent constraints of the material itself? What if the flaws are actually opportunities in disguise? As Plato argued in Timaeus, the demiurge, despite his limitations, strives to create the best possible world, a reflection of the forms in the realm of matter. However, he is constrained by the inherent imperfection of matter itself, the raw material with which he must work. Imagine a sculptor striving to create a perfect statue, but forced to work with a block of marble that is already flawed, containing cracks and imperfections. The resulting statue, while still beautiful and inspiring, will inevitably bear the marks of these pre-existing limitations, a testament to the inherent challenges of bringing ideal forms into the material world. Consider, for example, the natural processes of decay and death, which from a limited perspective might appear negative, even tragic. Yet, these processes are essential for renewal and growth, for the recycling of nutrients, and for the continuation of the cycle of life. Scientifically, decay breaks down organic matter into simpler compounds, enriching the soil and providing sustenance for new life. Death makes way for new generations, allowing for adaptation and evolution. In this light, even the seemingly negative aspects of the material world can be seen as necessary components of a larger, more harmonious system. But is this harmony actually real? Or an illusion created by the demiurge's limited sight? Furthermore, the concept of creative constraint highlights how limitations can, paradoxically, foster innovation and creativity. In art, music, and technology, limitations have often served as catalysts for breakthroughs. Think of the blues, born from the constraints of poverty and oppression, yet brimming with raw emotion and soulful expression. Or consider the early pioneers of computer programming, who, limited by the processing power of early machines, developed incredibly efficient and ingenious algorithms. By recognizing and embracing these constraints, we are forced to think outside the box, to find innovative solutions, and to unlock potentials that might otherwise remain hidden. As we continue our exploration of the demiurge and his creation, the consistent theme of duality continues to emerge. Limitation and potential, imperfection and beauty, darkness and light, these opposing forces are not mutually exclusive, but rather intertwined aspects of a single reality. This is a key pattern to recognize if we seek to see the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. But is there a greater power at play? Let us now turn our gaze towards the cosmic forces that exist beyond the pleroma, forces that exert their influence within the Demiurge's realm, shaping the very fabric of our reality: Lucifer and Ahriman. Ahriman represents darkness and chaos. Lucifer represents enlightenment. These aren't just abstract concepts. They represent archetypal energies that are constantly at play, their interplay shaping the destiny of Earth. But what role do these forces play in the grand scheme of things, and how do they relate to the Demiurge? In Zoroastrianism, Ahriman is the principle of darkness and chaos, constantly battling against Ahura Mazda, the principle of light and order. The balance between these two forces, this cosmic tug-of-war, determines the state of affairs on Earth, influencing everything from the weather patterns to the rise and fall of civilizations. This constant struggle between order and chaos, light and darkness, is not merely a battle between good and evil, but rather a dynamic interplay that drives evolution and change. But does this mean that there is no true good or evil? Ahriman, in many ways, mirrors Jung's interpretation of the shadow self, the dark and repressed aspects of our own psyche. Just as Ahriman seeks to disrupt the order of the cosmos, the shadow self seeks to undermine the conscious ego, the persona we present to the world. Similarly, the Demiurge may have a potential shadow that it suppresses to maintain its own limited order. And is it possible that by understanding Ahriman, we can find balance? It is essential to recognize that these forces reflect the inherent duality of creation, the constant tension between opposing principles. Consider the Gnostic interpretation of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, a figure traditionally vilified in Judeo-Christian narratives. In Gnostic thought, the serpent is not necessarily a force of evil, but rather a bringer of knowledge, an initiator who awakens humanity to its true potential, challenging the authority of the Demiurge and offering a path to liberation. But could this interpretation hold the key to understanding the Demiurge's intentions? In sharp contrast to popular Christian interpretations, the Gnostic perspective suggests that the serpent's act of offering knowledge to Adam and Eve was not a transgression, but a pivotal moment of awakening, a rebellion against the Demiurge's imposed ignorance. As opposed to a figure of darkness, the Gnostic serpent is the bringer of light. It is a different perspective that shifts the paradigm. With all this, one must consider, is the Demiurge, then, truly responsible for the evil and suffering in the world, or is he simply a product of constraint? So, is the Demiurge a malevolent tyrant, deliberately inflicting suffering upon humanity? Or is he a misguided creator, blinded by his own limited perspective? Or perhaps, is he simply working within the constraints of a flawed system, doing the best he can with the limited resources at his disposal? These questions, seekers, have plagued philosophers and mystics for centuries, and there are no easy answers to be found. The stakes, therefore, are high, and the need for critical thinking has never been greater. What will you believe? Let us not forget Plato's explanation that evil arises not from the Demiurge's intentions, but from the inherent imperfection of matter itself. The Demiurge, in his attempt to create the best possible world, is limited by the resistance and intractability of the material realm. It's like a painter trying to create a masterpiece with inferior pigments, or a composer trying to create a symphony with a poorly tuned orchestra. The result, while perhaps beautiful and inspiring, will inevitably fall short of the ideal. But isn't it possible to improve upon the material? We must also consider the concept of free will, the capacity of human beings to make their own choices and shape their own destinies. Much of the suffering in the world is not solely the fault of the Demiurge, but rather the result of our own actions, our own greed, our own ignorance, and our own failure to live in harmony with one another and with the natural world. However, even free will is limited by the archetypes in play, and if these are Jungian archetypes at play, then we can understand the demiurge as a symbol of the ego. The demiurge, as Jung suggested, can be understood as a symbol of the ego, the conscious self that strives for control, order, and self-preservation. The ego in itself is not inherently evil, but it can become destructive when it is not integrated with the shadow self, the unconscious aspects of our personality that we tend to repress or deny. When the ego becomes overly dominant, it can lead to arrogance, self-deception, and a disregard for the needs of others, mirroring the demiurge's own limited perspective and his tendency towards control. Is it possible to integrate with this ego? As we ponder the problem of evil and the role of the demiurge, it becomes clear that there are no easy answers, no simplistic solutions. The truth, as always, lies in the nuances, in the complexities, and in the willingness to embrace ambiguity. But as we continue to explore these concepts, the path towards transcendence comes more into view. But what is the first step on that path, and where will it lead us? Doesn't it seem counterintuitive that the very force we often demonize, the demiurge, could also be interpreted as a vital regulator, a cosmic manager ensuring the delicate balance between energy and matter? But could it be that this regulation, while necessary for cosmic stability, also inadvertently restricts our potential, keeping us confined within the boundaries of his limited vision? Consider this alternative perspective. The demiurge, rather than being a flawed creator, could be seen as a regulator of the fundamental forces that govern our universe. He sets the laws of physics and chemistry, dictating how energy and matter interact. Think of the laws of thermodynamics, which dictate the flow of energy and the increase of entropy. Could the demiurge be the cosmic lawgiver in this context, the entity responsible for establishing these immutable principles? What if the demiurge is simply a gardener pruning a rose bush so that it grows in an appealing manner, not realizing that in doing so, he is limiting its expression? Is the flaw then with the gardener, or simply the act of gardening itself? This perspective sharply contrasts with the Gnostic view of the demiurge as a misguided creator, an entity who actively fashioned a flawed world out of ignorance. But what if his role is not active creation, but rather passive regulation, a constant adjustment of parameters to maintain equilibrium? As we've previously discussed, the limitations of the material world, often attributed to the demiurge's imperfections, could simply be necessary for the sake of stability, a cosmic compromise between absolute freedom and utter chaos. Recall the image of the sculptor working with flawed marble. The limitations of the material inevitably shape the final product. Could the demiurge's regulation be akin to these pre-existing flaws, an inescapable aspect of the material realm? And what of those entities that exist within the demiurge's regulated domain, those often spoken of in hushed tones and fearful whispers? The archons? Could their role be more sinister than we've previously imagined, adding a darker twist to the demiurge's already complex legacy? Imagine the archons as cosmic parasites, entities that feed off human energy, creating a vast system of cosmic vampirism. In this disturbing paradigm, the archons manipulate human emotions and desires to generate negative energy, emotions such as fear, anger, and sadness, which they then consume as sustenance. Consider, for example, the current state of political polarization in many countries. Could this be a deliberate strategy employed by the archons to generate conflict and feed off the resulting emotional turmoil? Or is such polarization a naturally occurring artifact of the flawed system, and we are ascribing too much malice where there is only the chaotic expression of a limited system? This brings us back to Jung, doesn't it? Doesn't the parasitic nature of the archons parallel our own shadow selves, those repressed emotions and unconscious patterns that lie dormant within our psyches, waiting to be exploited? The archons, in this view, become external manifestations of our internal darkness, using our own negativity against us. Compare this concept to other theories of psychic vampirism found throughout folklore and mythology across different cultures. The Vetala from Hindu tradition, for instance, are demonic entities that inhabit corpses and feed on human vitality. Or in a more modern context, consider the Dementors from the Harry Potter series, spectral beings that drain happiness and leave their victims feeling cold and empty. But if the Dementors are an embodiment of depression, could the Vetala be a warning to the dangers of spiritual possession? Are these metaphors for the Archons, or are the Archons simply metaphors themselves? And what is the currency that fuels this cosmic parasitism, this archonic system of energy harvesting? Let us delve into the concept of loosh, a term coined by researcher Robert Monroe as a form of psychic energy that the Archons allegedly feed upon. Loosh can be described as the energy generated by human emotions, thoughts, and actions, particularly those that are intense, dramatic, or traumatic. It is the energetic residue of our experiences, the emotional charge that lingers in the aftermath of significant events. Consider how major news corporations often focus on disaster-related events, amplifying fear and anxiety to generate more views and traffic to their stories. Is this simply a matter of catering to human curiosity and concern, or is there a more sinister motive at play, a deliberate attempt to generate loosh for the Archons' consumption? What if the Archons are less conscious vampires and more like cosmic cows being farmed by an even higher power? Furthermore, various systems of control, political, economic, religious, can be seen as mechanisms for generating loosh, manipulating the masses to produce the energy the Archons require. Think of the rigid dogmas and fear-based doctrines employed by some religious institutions, instilling guilt and anxiety in their followers to maintain control. Or consider the exploitative practices of certain economic systems, creating widespread suffering and resentment that fuels a constant stream of loosh. Even something as simple as a person feeling anxious at work could be seen as a loosh. The implications of this parasitic relationship are staggering, aren't they? The ethical implications of such a system, where human suffering becomes a source of sustenance for other beings, are deeply troubling. How does free will factor into all of this? Are we merely pawns in a cosmic game, or do we possess the agency to resist and transcend this manipulation? Draw connections between this concept and other esoteric ideas about subtle energies and the manipulation of consciousness. Ancient shamanic traditions, for instance, speak of entities that feed on human souls, requiring rituals and offerings to appease their hunger. Doesn't it make you wonder, what would it take to appease the Archons? And so we reach the ultimate question. Is it possible to escape this archonic matrix, to reclaim our energy, and to become conscious of their manipulations? Is it possible to evolve past the gardener's pruning to finally be free? Escaping the Archon's energy harvesting matrix requires a multifaceted approach, beginning with a conscious effort to reclaim our energy and to become aware of their subtle manipulations. One of the most powerful tools at our disposal is emotional self-regulation, the ability to manage and direct our own emotional responses. Cultivating mindfulness, compassion, and detachment can significantly reduce the amount of loosh we generate, starving the Archons of their sustenance. Imagine meditating regularly, focusing on cultivating inner peace and emotional equanimity. Or perhaps practicing loving-kindness meditation, extending feelings of compassion and goodwill to all beings, even those we perceive as our enemies. But wouldn't a world with only good vibes be boring? We must also develop the power of discernment, the ability to critically evaluate information, to question authority, and to see through deception. Skepticism is not cynicism. It is a tool that can be used to analyze what is true from what is false. Consider the motives and agendas of the information sources we consume, recognizing that even seemingly objective reporting can be biased or manipulated. But let us not forget that those reporting the information have their own set of biases. The path to liberation is not easy, nor is it always clear. What if the Archons have already manipulated our view of information? Relate this to Gnostic gnosis, the direct, intuitive knowledge of spiritual truths, and to Jungian individuation, the process of integrating the conscious and unconscious aspects of our personality to achieve wholeness. By becoming more self-aware, by confronting our own shadows and integrating our repressed emotions, we can lessen the archon's grip on our psyches and awaken to our true potential. As we touched upon before, Sophia, the divine spark within us, holds the key to liberation, reminding us of our connection to the pleroma, the realm of ultimate reality. But are we powerful enough to do this alone? And what about specific techniques for psychic self-defense and energy protection? What esoteric practices might assist us in shielding ourselves from the archon's influence? We'll be diving deep into this topic in a future video, so stay tuned for that. Even within a potentially oppressive system, we have the power to choose our own reality and to reclaim our sovereignty. Consider the stories of individuals who have successfully broken free from oppressive systems, resisting tyranny and inspiring others to do the same. From Nelson Mandela's fight against apartheid to Mahatma Gandhi's nonviolent resistance against British rule, these examples demonstrate the power of human spirit to overcome even the most daunting challenges. Yet, how can you be Gandhi if you aren't as charismatic? How can you be Mandela if the systemic oppression never impacted you personally? But if we have the power, why are we not using it? What are we so afraid of? But if the archons are not some external, cosmic force, but rather an extension of our own internal darkness, is it not our responsibility to take control and become conscious of their manipulations? Could it be possible that the path to liberation lies not in resisting some external oppressor, but in understanding ourselves? In such a world, could the Demiurge actually be a reflection of the human mind? This brings us to a crucial juncture in our exploration. How do different cultures and spiritual traditions throughout history approach this concept of limitation, this seemingly ever-present force that obscures our true potential? What if each tradition holds a unique key, a distinct perspective that, when combined with others, unlocks a more complete understanding of how to transcend the Demiurge's influence and achieve spiritual liberation? Are we missing crucial elements by only looking at one philosophy? It's vital to remember that there's no single, universally accepted method for combating the Demiurge. Each tradition offers valuable insights, practices, and perspectives, and the most effective approach is often a synthesis of multiple paths, tailored to resonate with your own unique experiences and beliefs. This is where the concept of cultural relativism becomes essential. Acknowledging that different cultures possess distinct beliefs and practices, yet share the common thread of seeking spiritual awakening. Just as a prism refracts white light into a spectrum of colors, different cultures refract the universal quest for liberation into a diverse array of expressions. But if this is the case, what would a world without the prism even look like? And so, with that framework in mind, let us embark upon exploring Eastern philosophies and how they approach dissolving the ego, which can be understood as transcending the Demiurge's limiting influence. Can we glean new insights by comparing them to what we have learned so far? What if the Demiurge is a Western concept and Eastern philosophies can shine a light on a new perspective? Eastern philosophies, particularly Buddhism and Hinduism, offer profound practices for dissolving the ego and, by extension, diminishing the Demiurge's hold on our perception of reality. Buddhism's central tenet of anatta, or non-self, directly challenges the notion of a fixed, permanent ego. Through rigorous meditation, particularly vipassana, practitioners can begin to unravel the illusion of self, observing the constant flux of thoughts, feelings, and sensations that constitute our subjective experience. Consider the practice of mindful breathing. By focusing intently on the breath, we begin to notice the incessant chatter of the mind, the endless stream of self-referential thoughts that reinforce our sense of ego. Vipassana meditation is particularly helpful in this regard, as it encourages us to observe these thoughts and feelings without judgment, recognizing them as transient phenomena rather than as intrinsic aspects of our being. But if the self is an illusion, why does it feel so real? Hinduism similarly emphasizes the concept of Maya, or illusion, which veils our true nature as Brahman, the ultimate reality. Practices like yoga and Vedanta, a school of Hindu philosophy, serve as tools to pierce through these veils of illusion, leading to a realization of our inherent oneness with the divine. Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge, is particularly relevant in this context. Through rigorous self-inquiry and contemplation, practitioners seek to understand the true nature of reality, dismantling the false constructs of the ego and recognizing the illusory nature of separation. Think of the famous Advaita Vedanta dictum, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya, which translates to Brahman is real, the world is unreal. Does that mean we are living in a dream world? Now let us not forget Carl Jung and the parallels between Eastern practices and his concept of individuation, that process of integrating the ego and the shadow self. The shadow, as we've discussed, represents those repressed emotions and unconscious patterns that often fuel the archon's parasitic influence. By acknowledging and integrating these aspects of ourselves, we diminish their power over us and can potentially starve the archons of the louche they require. This is no easy task, fellow mystics, as it requires confronting the very aspects of ourselves we have long sought to avoid. But if we do not face our demons, will they continue to haunt us? Is integration even possible, or is it just a theoretical concept? In contrast to the Eastern approaches of dissolving the ego, Western mystical traditions offer an alternative path, union with the divine. Does this indicate a fundamental difference in which is better, or are they simply two sides of the same coin? Western mystical traditions, such as Kabbalah and Christian mysticism, offer profound practices for achieving union with the divine, a path that can be understood as transcending the Demiurge's control by merging with the ultimate source of reality. Kabbalah, with its intricate symbolism and esoteric practices, offers a roadmap for ascending the tree of life, a symbolic representation of the divine emanations and the path of spiritual ascent. The concept of Dvekut, or cleaving to God, is central to Kabbalistic practice. Through meditation, contemplation, and ritual, practitioners seek to establish an intimate connection with the divine, ultimately merging their consciousness with the infinite light of the Creator. Consider the 10 Sephirot, the divine attributes or emanations that constitute the tree of life. Each Sephira represents a different aspect of the divine, and by meditating on these attributes, practitioners can gradually ascend the tree, drawing closer to the ultimate source of creation. But is the tree of life a ladder that leads to God, or is it a mirror reflecting our own potential? Christian mysticism, similarly, emphasizes the concept of unio mystica, or mystical union, a direct and transformative experience of oneness with God. Through prayer, contemplation, and ascetic practices, mystics seek to transcend the limitations of the ego and experience the divine presence directly. Figures like Teresa of Avila, a Spanish Carmelite nun and mystic, described her experiences of ecstatic union with God in vivid and evocative terms. Her writings offer a glimpse into the profound depths of mystical experience, revealing the transformative power of surrendering to the divine. Teresa, along with other Christian mystics, used the exact same ecstatic tools found in Eastern philosophies. Does this mean both stem from the same source? Doesn't this union with the divine resonate with the Gnostic pursuit of gnosis, that direct, experiential knowledge of spiritual truths? By seeking self-knowledge and transcending the limitations of the material world, Gnostics aim to awaken to their true divine nature, ultimately escaping the Demiurge's control. Are these paths ultimately leading to the same destination? What if the Demiurge is a test of our ability to seek higher wisdom? But if the Gnostic and Western mystics seek a heavenly union, can they find common ground with the earthly focus of shamanic practices? Now, let's turn our attention to shamanic practices, which offer a contrasting, yet equally valuable approach to bypassing the Demiurge's influence and accessing deeper levels of reality by connecting with nature and the spirit world. Shamanic practices, found in cultures around the world, offer unique ways of connecting with nature and the spirit world, allowing individuals to bypass the Demiurge's influence and access profound levels of reality. Through practices like drumming, dancing, and the use of plant medicine, shamans enter altered states of consciousness, opening channels of communication with spirits and accessing realms beyond the ordinary. But what do the spirits have to say? These altered states of consciousness are key to accessing information and gaining insights into the nature of reality. Shamans often use rhythmic drumming or chanting to induce trance states, creating a vibrational environment that facilitates communication with the spirit world. Plant medicines, such as ayahuasca or psilocybin mushrooms, can also be used to alter consciousness, allowing individuals to perceive reality in new and profound ways. By connecting with nature, we reconnect with our own inner nature, transcending the limitations of the ego and accessing a deeper sense of wholeness. Consider spending time in nature, observing the intricate patterns and cycles of the natural world, hiking through a forest, camping under the stars, or simply sitting in a garden and observing the plants and animals. These experiences can help us to reconnect with our primal instincts and to recognize our interconnectedness with all living things. But can staring at a tree really help us understand the mysteries of the universe? It is important to note that, unlike Gnosticism, shamanism typically does not have a concept of a demiurge figure. However, the shamanic emphasis on connecting with nature and the spirit world can be seen as a way of bypassing the limiting influence of the material world and accessing deeper levels of reality. A contrast in views, to be sure, but ultimately both paths lead to freedom. Could it be possible that the demiurge is only one interpretation of a much larger and complex universal system? This is where Lucifer's role as a bearer of light becomes relevant. His name, derived from the Latin lux fer, meaning bringer of light, symbolizes the illumination of the spirit through knowledge and experience. By connecting with nature, we open ourselves to the light of Lucifer, gaining insights that can help us to overcome the demiurge's limitations. Could the key to understanding the Luciferian path be to bring light to the world? But what if Lucifer is just another trickster leading us down a false path? What if we're focusing on the wrong beings and powers? As we draw toward a close in this part of our journey, let us remember one critical point. There is no one right way to combat the demiurge's influence. The most effective approach is often a multifaceted one, drawing upon the wisdom of various traditions and practices and tailored to resonate with our own unique experiences and beliefs. What is more, it could be more accurate to view the demiurge as a challenge rather than an enemy. The importance of self-awareness, inner work, and connection with something greater than ourselves are common themes that run through all the traditions we've touched on. By cultivating these qualities, we can gradually awaken to our true potential and transcend the limitations imposed upon us, whether those limitations are imposed by an external demiurge or by our own internal constructs. Just like a kaleidoscope creates beautiful images by rearranging fragmented pieces of glass, we must gather the insights from different cultural perspectives and spiritual practices, rearrange them, and create our own unique path toward liberation. And so, fellow seekers, let us encourage you to continue exploring these concepts, experiment with different practices, and find what works best for you. Perhaps the only way to truly understand the demiurge is to forge your own path. We will, in a future video, explore more of the Luciferian concepts that may act as keys to unlock our understanding. As we continue to explore the demiurge and its influence, it's vital to remember that its impact may extend far beyond the physical realm, subtly shaping our very perceptions of reality, creating filters and biases that limit our understanding, almost like a regulator setting the rules of a complex game. But how does a regulator set these rules? What do they even look like? Could they manifest as preset defaults? Indeed, the demiurge, as a regulator of this reality, sets the rules of the game, including the rules of perception, effectively defining what is real and what is not, thus determining what is visible or invisible. It is important to note that this isn't some grand conspiracy, but rather a subtle and insidious manipulation working through psychological mechanisms like perception biases, where our minds selectively filter information to confirm pre-existing beliefs, like a lens only allowing certain colors to pass through. Consider the psychological phenomena of confirmation bias, where we tend to favor information that confirms our existing beliefs, and echo chambers, where we surround ourselves with like-minded individuals, reinforcing those beliefs and shielding us from dissenting opinions. Are we living in a thought prison? These filters and biases can be seen as a form of control, keeping us trapped in a limited worldview, unable to see the bigger picture, as though we are living in a movie theater with our eyes glued to the screen while missing everything else that's happening around us. It is important to note that these filters and biases are not necessarily malicious in intent, but rather a consequence of the Demiurge's limited perspective, unknowingly creating a distorted version of reality, like a painter creating a landscape with only a limited set of colors. But if this is the case, how can we identify and overcome these filters? What are the practical steps we can take to see beyond the Demiurge's influence? Now, let's consider how media, education, and cultural norms can reinforce these filters, shaping our beliefs and values from a young age, almost like a computer program being pre-loaded with certain settings and preferences. Think of the way certain media outlets present information, selectively framing events and issues to support a particular political agenda, or the way educational curricula often prioritize certain historical narratives while marginalizing others. What would happen if certain media outlets began to broadcast topics that were considered fringe, challenging the accepted narratives and prompting people to question the status quo? What would happen if the education system began to teach the students to think for themselves? The Demiurge could be understood as the antithesis to free will. And so, with that framework in mind, let's elaborate on the concept of Maya, illusion from Hindu philosophy, connecting it to the Demiurge's influence and how our perceptions are shaped, unable to see reality for how it truly is, almost as if we're living in a dream world, mistaking shadows for substance. This illusion isn't just a trick of the light, but a fundamental aspect of how we experience the world. What does this mean for our everyday lives? Does it mean that our experiences are not real? This Maya creates a sense of separation and individuality, making us forget our connection to the divine source, like a drop of water believing itself to be separate from the ocean. Relate this to the ego and its tendency to identify with the material world, clinging to possessions, status, and fleeting pleasures, as though these things define our worth, almost as if we are collecting shiny trinkets in a vast cosmic playground. Could it be possible that the relentless pursuit of material possessions is a manifestation of the Demiurge's influence, keeping us trapped in a cycle of endless desire? What if the things we are working toward are an illusion? The Demiurge uses Maya to keep us distracted and focused on superficial desires, preventing us from seeking deeper meaning and truth, like a magician captivating our attention with a dazzling display of tricks, while secretly manipulating the strings behind the scenes. Consider the endless stream of entertainment, social media, and consumer goods that bombard us daily, vying for our attention and keeping us from turning inward, like moths drawn to a flickering flame. What are some everyday examples of illusion that we often overlook? Is reality as it seems, or is there more to the world than meets the eye? But can we truly pierce the veil of Maya and perceive reality as it truly is? What is the starting point? It's vital to start with practical techniques like mindfulness, meditation, and self-inquiry as tools to cut through the illusion, like a skilled surgeon carefully dissecting layers of tissue to reveal the underlying structure. Mindfulness allows us to observe our thoughts and feelings without judgment, recognizing them as transient phenomena rather than as fixed aspects of our identity. Meditation can quiet the incessant chatter of the mind, allowing us to access deeper states of awareness and connect with our inner being. Self-inquiry involves asking ourselves fundamental questions about the nature of reality and our place within it, challenging our assumptions and beliefs. Now let us explore the idea that language itself can be a form of limitation, shaping our thoughts and perceptions in ways that reinforce the Demiurge's control, like a cage built of words, restricting our ability to truly understand and communicate abstract ideas. Could it be that our reliance on language is preventing us from accessing a deeper level of understanding, trapping us in a world of symbols and representations, unable to grasp the true essence of things? What would it be like to experience the world without the filter of language? It is important to recognize that language is a symbolic system that can never fully capture the richness and complexity of reality. It's akin to trying to capture the essence of a symphony with a simple melody. Consider concepts that are difficult or impossible to translate between languages, cultural nuances that are lost in translation, and the inherent limitations of using words to describe subjective experiences. Think of the feeling of love, the beauty of a sunset, or the awe of standing beneath a starry sky. Can these experiences truly be captured by mere words? Is there a way to communicate abstract ideas without the influence of biases? Language can be used to manipulate and control, shaping public opinion and reinforcing dominant ideologies, like a skilled orator weaving a persuasive narrative, swaying the masses with carefully chosen words. Reference Orwell's Newspeak from 1984, a language designed to limit thought and control the population by reducing the range of expression, thereby making certain ideas literally unthinkable. Could it be possible that the language we use every day is subtly shaping our thoughts and beliefs, reinforcing the Demiurge's control over our minds? And so, fellow seekers, what are your thoughts on Newspeak? Transcending the limitations of language requires cultivating direct experience, intuition, and nonverbal forms of communication, as if bypassing the gatekeepers of our minds and tapping into a more primal and unfiltered source of knowledge. Consider the power of art, music, dance, and other forms of creative expression to communicate emotions and ideas that defy verbal description. Think of the way animals communicate with each other through gestures, sounds, and body language, conveying complex messages without the use of words. How can this be achieved without the influence of biases? Is it even possible to escape the influence of language completely? With the importance of escaping language, let's now turn our attention to the power of symbols to bypass the limitations of language and access deeper levels of understanding, like keys, unlocking hidden chambers within our minds. By unlocking these hidden chambers, it may unlock hidden knowledge to transcend the Demiurge's control. Could it be that symbols hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, providing a pathway to transcend the limitations of our ordinary perception and access a higher level of consciousness? What makes symbols so powerful? It is important to note that symbols can communicate complex ideas and emotions in a way that words cannot, tapping into our unconscious minds and resonating with archetypal patterns that are deeply embedded within our psyche. Consider the swastika, the cross, the yin and yang symbol, and other powerful symbols that evoke a wide range of emotions and associations, transcending cultural and linguistic barriers. What are some of the archetypes that appear? What makes them so important? When using symbols, it is important to interpret them in a non-literal way, recognizing their multiple layers of meaning and their potential for subjective interpretation, like a multifaceted jewel reflecting different colors depending on the angle of the light. Recognizing that symbols are not fixed or static, but rather dynamic and evolving, changing their meaning depending on the context and the individual interpreting them. Why does the subjective matter when studying symbolism? Is there a right way to interpret a symbol. And so, seekers, we encourage you to study esoteric traditions that make extensive use of symbols, such as Kabbalah, alchemy, and astrology, as guides to decode reality, as if holding a map to hidden treasure. Kabbalah uses the tree of life as a symbolic representation of the divine emanations. Alchemy employs a complex system of symbols to represent the process of transformation, and astrology uses celestial symbols to interpret the influences of the planets and stars on human affairs. How can symbols be used as tools for guidance? Can we rely on symbols to lead us to the truth, or are they just another form of illusion? With the idea of symbols guiding us, let's now explore the idea that dreams offer a portal to the unconscious mind, providing access to insights and experiences that can help us to transcend the Demiurge's control and connect with the pleroma, the realm of the true God, like windows into another world, revealing hidden aspects of ourselves and the universe. Could it be that our dreams are a direct connection to the divine, providing guidance, inspiration, and healing, while bypassing the Demiurge's filters and limitations? How can we learn to interpret the messages of our dreams? Dreams can reveal hidden aspects of our personality, repressed emotions, and unconscious patterns, like a mirror reflecting back the hidden parts of ourselves that we often ignore or deny. Reference Jung's theories on dream analysis, which emphasizes the importance of understanding the symbolic language of dreams and integrating the unconscious aspects of ourselves into our conscious awareness. The idea that our dreams reflect our deepest fears, desires, and unresolved conflicts. But is Jungian dream analysis truly effective? Can we trust our dreams to reveal the truth about ourselves? Dreams can provide guidance and inspiration, helping us to navigate the challenges of life and discover our true purpose, like a compass pointing us toward our destiny, leading us to make choices that are aligned with our authentic selves. What can be done to have lucid dreams? Are some people better equipped to interpret dreams? Fellow mystics, we encourage you to keep a dream journal, practice lucid dreaming, and explore other techniques for working with your dreams, like explorers charting unknown territories, venturing into the depths of your own unconscious minds. Consider the practice of dream incubation, where you consciously ask a question or set an intention before going to sleep, seeking guidance from your dreams. Think of lucid dreaming, where you become aware that you are dreaming and gain control over the dream experience, allowing you to explore your inner world with conscious intention. Mention that the practice of exploring these dreams is directly facing the shadow self, the key to unlocking all of the suppressed emotion that's held within. But what if we don't like what we find in our dreams? What if they reveal a darker side of ourselves that we are not prepared to face? What if those dreams lead us into facing the Demiurge? Indeed, as we continue to explore the nature of the Demiurge and its subtle influence on our perception, it's essential to recognize that the world around us acts as a mirror, reflecting our own inner limitations, fears, and unconscious patterns, as if the external world is simply a canvas upon which we project our internal state. But could it be that what we perceive as external reality is nothing more than a holographic projection of our own consciousness, a reflection of the Demiurge within? If so, how can we learn to discern the true image from the distorted reflection? Consider the idea that what we see in others is often a reflection of ourselves. As the saying goes, what you dislike in others, you dislike in yourself, an insight that has ancient roots. This isn't to say that external reality is entirely subjective, but rather that our interpretation of it is filtered through the lens of our own beliefs, biases, and unresolved issues, almost like looking at the world through a pair of tinted glasses. Someone who constantly criticizes others for being materialistic may be repressing their own desire for material possessions, projecting their disowned desires onto others, or the individual who constantly criticizes another for their lack of intelligence may be insecure about their own intelligence. But could this constant criticism be a defense mechanism, a way of deflecting attention away from their own perceived shortcomings? How can we tell the difference between genuine discernment and mere projection? Indeed, as we have previously discussed, our perception of the world is shaped by our internal state, reinforcing our existing beliefs and limiting our ability to see reality objectively, almost as if our minds are programmed to seek out information that confirms what we already believe, while ignoring or dismissing anything that contradicts it. Referencing back to our prior segment about perception, it can be seen that these filters create a self-reinforcing loop, trapping us in a limited worldview that is difficult to escape. But what if these filters are not simply the result of personal biases, but are deliberately implanted by the Demiurge to keep us enslaved to its limited perspective? Is objective reality even possible, or are we all just trapped in our own subjective bubbles? Therefore, to use the world as a mirror, we must engage in self-reflection, journaling, and seeking feedback from trusted sources. It's like embarking on a journey of self-discovery, mapping the terrain of our inner landscape. Self-reflection involves taking the time to honestly examine our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, asking ourselves why we react to the world in the way that we do. Journaling can provide a valuable outlet for processing our experiences and identifying patterns in our thinking and behavior. Seeking feedback from trusted sources can provide us with valuable insights into our blind spots and unconscious biases. And how can meditation help reveal information for reflection and journaling, clearing the mind so that hidden truths can surface? Are we brave enough to face what we might find in the depths of our own psyche? And now let us turn our attention to religious figures and how they've been interpreted to be the cause of suffering, when in reality, they may be a reflection of human consciousness, almost as if these figures are not external entities, but rather projections of our own inner demons and angels. What if Lucifer, Sophia, and the Demiurge are not historical figures, but archetypes that exist within the collective unconscious of humanity? What would it mean for our understanding of good and evil? It is important to connect these religious figures to our own psyche and how these figures have the ability to represent archetypes, universal patterns of behavior and experience that are deeply embedded within the human psyche. This pattern development emphasizes that the religious figures are a reflection of a common human pattern. Lucifer, the bringer of light, can be seen as the archetype of the rebellious spirit, the one who dares to question authority and seek knowledge, mirroring our own desire for freedom and self-expression. Sophia, the goddess of wisdom, represents our yearning for truth and understanding, as well as our capacity for compassion and empathy. The Demiurge, as the creator of the material world, embodies our own creative potential, as well as our tendency to limit and control. But how can these figures be seen in an esoteric way, revealing hidden aspects of ourselves and the universe? Are we willing to embrace the full spectrum of human experience, including the so-called negative aspects? Thus, we must consider how Lucifer, Sophia, and the Demiurge's actions can be mirrored in the choices we make, as if these figures are not just abstract concepts, but living forces that shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. When we choose to rebel against unjust authority, are we channeling the spirit of Lucifer? When we seek to understand the mysteries of the universe, are we aligning ourselves with Sophia? When we create something new, are we emulating the Demiurge? By understanding these archetypes, can we gain greater control over our own lives, transcending the limitations of our unconscious patterns? What does it mean to embody the archetype of the rebel, the seeker, or the creator? It is important to connect these figures to the shadow self, arguing that these figures are a manifestation of what is wrong that exists within humanity, almost as if the shadow is not something to be feared or suppressed, but rather a source of untapped potential. Could it be that the shadow contains the very qualities that we need to heal ourselves and the world? Is it possible that the Demiurge is simply a projection of our own unacknowledged shadow, a reflection of our collective fears, desires, and unresolved traumas? If so, how can we integrate the shadow and reclaim our wholeness? What if the negative aspects of ourselves are actually the key to our liberation? With that in mind, let's turn our attention to examples of historical figures who recognized and acknowledged their own inner duality, demonstrating the importance of self-awareness in transcending limitations, as if these figures serve as role models, showing us that it is possible to embrace our imperfections and live authentic lives. But what if these figures are not as enlightened as we think? What if they too were just struggling with their own inner demons? Does acknowledging our own duality make us more powerful, or does it simply make us more vulnerable? Consider Carl Jung, detailing Jung's own struggles with his shadow self, and how this influenced his theories, almost as if his own personal experiences were the laboratory in which he developed his groundbreaking insights into the human psyche. Expanding on previously touched upon information about Jung, Jung's concept of the shadow represents the unconscious aspects of our personality that we disown or repress, often because they are deemed socially unacceptable or morally reprehensible. Jung himself struggled with his own shadow, acknowledging his tendency toward arrogance, impatience, and a desire for power. He recognized that these negative qualities were an integral part of his personality, and that attempting to suppress them would only lead to further psychological imbalance. What if Jung's theories are not universally applicable? What if the shadow is simply a cultural construct rather than a fundamental aspect of the human psyche? And so, to fully realize our potential, it's crucial to acknowledge both the positive and negative aspects of ourselves, rather than trying to suppress or deny them, almost as if we are incomplete without embracing both sides of our nature. A fully realized human being is not someone who is perfect or flawless, but someone who is aware of their own imperfections and accepts them with compassion. This involves acknowledging our strengths and talents, as well as our weaknesses and limitations, recognizing that both are necessary for growth and development. But what if some aspects of ourselves are simply irredeemable? What if there are certain parts of our shadow that we should never acknowledge? Indeed, even the most enlightened individuals have struggled with their shadow, normalizing the process and making it more accessible to viewers, almost as if these struggles are not a sign of failure, but rather an indication of authenticity. Consider the lives of spiritual teachers, artists, and activists who have openly shared their own challenges and imperfections, demonstrating that even those who have achieved great things are still human. Perhaps the struggle is the enlightenment, but is it difficult to find enlightened figures who are truly willing to be vulnerable and authentic? What if the very concept of enlightenment is a myth, an unattainable ideal that only serves to perpetuate our own feelings of inadequacy? And what if we discover that our shadow is far more powerful and destructive than we ever imagined? Let us now turn to how research and theories from researchers in quantum physics and biology can develop a modern approach for self-exploration, as well as draw from ancient religious texts, as if these seemingly disparate fields of knowledge are converging to reveal a deeper understanding of reality. But what if these modern perspectives are simply a reflection of our own biases, a way of projecting our own beliefs onto the universe? Is it possible to truly understand the nature of reality, or are we forever trapped in our own limited perspectives? Consider the double-slit experiment in quantum physics, detailing the double-slit experiment and how observing something may alter the outcome, almost as if the act of observation itself influences the reality being observed. The double-slit experiment demonstrates that particles, such as electrons, can behave as both waves and particles, depending on whether or not they are observed. This suggests that the act of observation plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, challenging our classical understanding of the universe. Link this to the conscious observer and how we perceive the world, as well as how the Demiurge perceives the world. But what if our consciousness is not the only factor influencing reality? What if there are other forces at play, such as the Demiurge, that are shaping our perceptions and experiences in ways that we cannot even comprehend? And can we truly trust our own observations, or are they always filtered through the lens of our own biases and expectations? In biology, how can concepts like evolution reflect the Demiurge's initial push for life? And what does that make Sophia, as if the very process of life itself is a manifestation of the Demiurge's creative impulse, constantly pushing toward greater complexity and diversity? Evolution, the gradual process by which living organisms change over time, can be seen as a reflection of the Demiurge's desire to create and diversify the material world, leading to the emergence of new forms of life and consciousness. But what if Sophia is not a benevolent force, but rather a complicit partner in the Demiurge's plan, perpetuating the cycle of suffering and illusion? Does the biological drive to survive and reproduce reflect a deeper spiritual purpose, or is it simply a blind and meaningless process? And now, let's consider how researchers, like Robert Anton Wilson, have linked multiple ancient theories to modern perspectives, almost as if the wisdom of the ancients is still relevant to our understanding of the world today. How do these theories coincide, and can we formulate a modern approach? Wilson linked multiple ancient theories to modern perspectives to create a reality tunnel, a subjective worldview based on individual beliefs and experiences. Just as the Demiurge creates a limited version of reality, each individual creates their own reality tunnel. But can we truly transcend our own reality tunnels and perceive the world as it truly is? Or are we forever trapped in our own subjective realities, unable to escape the Demiurge's influence? But we're just scratching the surface here. What we'll discover next is even more shocking: how these seemingly disparate fields, quantum physics, biology, and ancient religions, converge to reveal a deeper understanding of the Demiurge and its role in shaping our reality. But before we get there, what if the Demiurge is not an external entity at all, but simply a metaphor for our own limited consciousness? Is it possible that we are the Demiurge, and that we have the power to create our own reality, for better or for worse? As we've explored the external manifestations of the Demiurge's influence, let us now turn inward, for it is within the landscape of our own minds that its most subtle and insidious work takes place. Could it be that the Demiurge's true power lies not in controlling the cosmos, but in shaping our core beliefs about ourselves and the world, creating a prison of the mind far more effective than any physical barrier? These beliefs, often formed in the crucible of early childhood experiences, act as filters, distorting our perception of reality and limiting our potential in ways we may not even realize, almost as if the chains that bind us are not forged of iron, but of deeply ingrained assumptions about what is possible for us. Consider the child who is constantly told they are not good enough, internalizing a belief that they are unworthy of love and success, or the individual who is raised in a culture that emphasizes conformity, suppressing their own unique talents and desires. Are these limitations imposed from without, or are they self-imposed, born of the Demiurge's whisper in our ear, convincing us that we are less than we truly are? Like the Gnostics who spoke of humanity being asleep or intoxicated, unaware of our divine nature, we too often stumble through life, blindly accepting the limitations imposed upon us by societal norms, cultural expectations, and the voices of external authorities. Think of parents who, with the best of intentions, inadvertently reinforce limiting beliefs in their children, perhaps by discouraging them from pursuing unconventional dreams or by projecting their own fears and insecurities onto them. But what if these societal norms, cultural expectations, and parental pronouncements are simply echoes of the Demiurge's grand illusion, designed to keep us tethered to a limited version of reality? Are we truly awake, or are we merely sleepwalking through a pre-programmed existence? If the Demiurge has indeed shaped our beliefs, how can we begin to dismantle this internal prison, to unmask its influence in our lives, and reclaim our true potential. Let's consider practical techniques for identifying and challenging these limiting beliefs, setting us on a path towards self-discovery and liberation. Cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, offers a powerful toolkit for examining and reframing the negative thought patterns that perpetuate limiting beliefs. Techniques such as thought records, challenging negative automatic thoughts, and cognitive restructuring can help us to identify the specific beliefs that are holding us back, to examine the evidence for and against them, and to develop more balanced and realistic perspectives. What if, by consciously altering our thoughts, we could begin to rewrite the very fabric of our reality, freeing ourselves from the Demiurge's mental grip? How can cognitive restructuring assist with reframing, and what are the limitations? Connecting these concepts to Jungian shadow work can further assist with the exploration of these limitations, plunging into the roots of our limiting beliefs in childhood experiences and repressed emotions, almost as if the shadow is a repository of all the disowned aspects of ourselves, including the traumas, fears, and insecurities that fuel our self-limiting beliefs. By bringing these hidden aspects of ourselves into the light, we can begin to heal the wounds that have kept us imprisoned for so long. Isn't it time we stop running from our shadows and embrace them as essential parts of ourselves? And what if the Demiurge itself is nothing more than a projection of our own unacknowledged shadow, a symbol of the darkness we refuse to confront within ourselves? But let's not underestimate the importance of self-compassion and forgiveness in this process, extending these principles to ourselves just as we have discussed the importance of compassion when discussing religious figures. Challenging limiting beliefs can be a painful and difficult process, requiring us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves and our past. It is essential to approach this work with kindness and understanding, recognizing that we are all flawed human beings doing the best we can. By forgiving ourselves for our past mistakes and embracing our imperfections, we can begin to create a more loving and supportive inner environment, one that fosters growth and self-acceptance. But what if forgiveness is not always possible? What if there are certain actions or experiences that are simply unforgivable? Let's now turn to the power of affirmations and explore how these declarations have the potential to rewrite our inner narrative and create more empowering beliefs, offering a seemingly simple, yet potentially transformative tool for reprogramming our subconscious minds. By consciously choosing to focus on positive and empowering statements, we can begin to counteract the negative self-talk that perpetuates our limiting beliefs. But how can we address the common criticisms of affirmations, the accusations that they are simplistic, unrealistic, or even delusional? Indeed, the science behind affirmations shows that repeated positive statements have the potential to rewire the brain and create new neural pathways, actually altering the physical structure of our brains, proving research on neuroplasticity. When we consistently focus on positive thoughts and beliefs, we strengthen the neural connections associated with those thoughts, making them more automatic and accessible. Conversely, when we neglect negative thought patterns, we weaken the neural connections associated with them, making them less likely to arise. But what if our brains are not as malleable as we think? What if some neural pathways are simply too deeply ingrained to be changed? It is also vitally important to craft affirmations that are specific, believable, and aligned with our values. Vague or generic affirmations are unlikely to have much impact, as they lack the emotional resonance and personal relevance needed to penetrate our subconscious minds. Affirmations should be tailored to our specific needs and goals, and they should be phrased in a way that feels authentic and believable. To make affirmations a part of everyday life, we must use visualization, journaling, and speaking affirmations aloud. But what happens when these affirmations are not met? When our reality fails to align with our positive declarations, do we simply become more disillusioned and cynical? And now, let us consider how reclaiming our inner authority shifts our perception from seeking external validation to trusting our own inner wisdom and guidance. This is a crucial step in breaking free from the Demiurge's control, as it involves recognizing that our true power lies within ourselves, not in the opinions or approval of others. Why is it that the ego may seek external validation to justify its importance? And why is it easier to listen to the wisdom of another rather than looking inward? We must consider the dangers of relying on external sources for our sense of worth and identity, exploring how this dependence can make us vulnerable to manipulation and control, almost as if the Demiurge uses our need for validation to keep us enslaved to its agenda. When we constantly seek approval from others, we become dependent on their opinions, sacrificing our own autonomy and authenticity. We may find ourselves conforming to their expectations, even when it goes against our own values and desires. In this way, we relinquish our power to the Demiurge, allowing it to dictate our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. How does this tie back to the discussions of Lucifer and Ahriman, figures of rebellion and deceit? Are we truly free if our sense of worth is contingent on the approval of others? So, if external validation is a trap, how do we cultivate inner authority? Mindfulness, meditation, and connecting with our intuition are all potent tools for cultivating inner authority, all topics we've previously discussed. By quieting the noise of the external world and turning our attention inward, we can begin to access our own innate wisdom and guidance, almost as if our intuition is the voice of our higher self, the part of us that is connected to the divine source of all creation. This inner voice can provide us with valuable insights and direction, helping us to make decisions that are aligned with our true purpose and values. But how do we distinguish between the voice of our intuition and the voice of our ego? And what if our intuition leads us down a path that is frightening or unconventional? Indeed, reclaiming our inner authority requires us to set boundaries, say no, and honor our own needs and desires, which will likely involve making difficult choices and disappointing others, something that is far easier said than done. This is where the rubber meets the road, for it is in our daily actions that we either reinforce or undermine our inner authority. When we consistently prioritize our own needs and desires, we send a powerful message to ourselves and to the universe that we are worthy of love, respect, and fulfillment. How can we enforce our boundaries, and what are the consequences for both sides when we either respect them or disrespect them? What happens when those boundaries are challenged? And finally, let us connect all of these prior concepts by encouraging viewers to live authentically, or what some may call walking the talk. If limiting beliefs are challenged, authority is internalized, and religious concepts are approached with balance, authentic living may be achieved, which may be the ultimate form of rebellion against the Demiurge's control. How does our authentic living starve or feed the archons? Thus, living authentically is a form of rebellion against the Demiurge's limitations, a defiant act of self-expression that shatters the illusion of separation and limitation, almost as if the Demiurge seeks to keep us confined within the narrow boundaries of its created reality, dictating our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. When we embrace our true selves and live in alignment with our values, we disrupt this control, radiating a powerful energy that challenges the Demiurge's dominion. But are we truly ready to embrace the consequences of living authentically? Are we prepared to face the judgment and criticism of those who are still trapped within the Demiurge's illusion? Ultimately, this relates back to Jung's concept of individuation, an invitation to become our true selves, embracing all aspects of our being, both light and shadow. This process involves integrating our conscious and unconscious minds, acknowledging our strengths and weaknesses, and embracing our unique individuality. Are we willing to embrace the entirety of who we are, or will we continue to hide behind masks and personas, perpetuating the Demiurge's illusion? And what if we discover that our true selves are not as virtuous or enlightened as we had hoped? Living authentically connects to the Gnostic concept of gnosis, true self-knowledge leading to freedom, as if the journey of self-discovery is not just a psychological exercise, but a spiritual quest, a search for the hidden knowledge that will unlock our true potential and liberate us from the Demiurge's control. By understanding our true nature, we can transcend the limitations of our ego and reconnect with the divine spark within. But what if there is no divine spark? What if we are simply biological machines, programmed to survive and reproduce? These are questions that deserve further exploration, and we are just scratching the surface here. What we'll discover next is even more shocking, a deep dive into the esoteric practices for accelerating our spiritual evolution and transcending the Demiurge's influence. As we have seen, embracing authentic living may be the ultimate form of rebellion against the Demiurge's control. But what if there were tools to accelerate this process, to amplify our efforts to break free from the Demiurge's influence, almost as if we could actively cultivate our spiritual evolution? It is here that esoteric practices enter the picture, offering us a framework for actively engaging with our inner world and transforming our consciousness. But what exactly are esoteric practices, and how can they assist us in transcending the Demiurge's influence? Esoteric practices are inner techniques designed to access deeper levels of consciousness and connect with the divine, often involving symbolic systems, ritual actions, and focused intention. They are not merely intellectual exercises, but rather experiential pathways for personal transformation, designed to bypass the limitations of the rational mind and tap into our innate wisdom. Think of them as keys that unlock hidden chambers within our being, revealing the latent potential for self-realization, personal growth, and spiritual awakening. Are they truly as difficult as they seem to understand and employ? While esoteric practices may seem daunting or mysterious, shrouded in arcane terminology and complex rituals, they are far more accessible than one might think, requiring only sincere intention and a willingness to learn. They are not the exclusive domain of gurus or initiates, but rather tools available to anyone who seeks to deepen their understanding of themselves and the universe. Consider the analogy of learning a musical instrument. At first, it may seem intimidating, with complex chords and scales to master, but with practice and dedication, anyone can learn to play. Could esoteric practices be a similar discipline, requiring consistent effort and focused attention, but ultimately rewarding us with a deeper connection to ourselves and the cosmos? In the following sections, we will explore several specific esoteric practices, each offering a unique pathway for breaking free from the Demiurge's control: meditation, ritual magic, alchemy, astrology, and the tarot. We will delve into the core principles of each practice, explaining how they can help us to dissolve the ego, reclaim our will, transmute our inner darkness, understand the cosmic influences shaping our lives, and navigate the archetypal landscape of our psyche, all of which are essential steps on the path to self-realization and spiritual liberation. But what if these practices are simply elaborate forms of self-deception, offering nothing more than temporary comfort and illusory empowerment? Let us begin with meditation, a primary esoteric practice for dissolving the ego, quieting the mind, and accessing Gnostic gnosis, the intuitive knowing that transcends rational understanding. By turning our attention inward and focusing on the present moment, we can begin to unravel the patterns of thought and emotion that perpetuate our limiting beliefs, creating a space for inner peace and clarity. It is in this space that we can glimpse our true nature, the divine spark that lies hidden beneath the layers of ego and conditioning. But how can we distinguish between genuine meditative insight and mere wishful thinking? Through meditation, we become more aware of our thoughts and emotions, allowing us to detach from our limiting beliefs and unconscious patterns, almost as if we are observing our minds from a distance, without judgment or attachment. This detachment allows us to see the underlying assumptions that shape our perceptions and to challenge the validity of our self-limiting beliefs. We begin to realize that we are not our thoughts, we are not our emotions, we are the awareness that witnesses them, and it is in this realization that we find freedom from the Demiurge's mental prison. But how do we cultivate this state of detached awareness in the midst of our daily lives, with all its distractions and demands? There are many different types of meditation practices, each with its own unique focus and techniques. Mindfulness meditation involves paying attention to the present moment without judgment, noticing our thoughts, feelings, and sensations as they arise and pass away. Samatha Vipassana meditation, a traditional Buddhist practice, combines focused attention with insight meditation, cultivating both concentration and awareness. Transcendental meditation uses a mantra to quiet the mind and promote relaxation. No matter which type of meditation we choose, the key is consistency and persistence. Just as a muscle grows stronger with repeated exercise, our ability to quiet the mind and access deeper levels of consciousness grows stronger with regular meditation practice. But can meditation truly alter our brains, rewiring our neural pathways and changing the way we perceive reality? Indeed, there is a growing body of scientific evidence that suggests that meditation can have a profound impact on our brains, actually altering brainwave states and assisting with accessing hidden information. Studies have shown that meditation can increase alpha and theta brainwave activity, which are associated with relaxation, creativity, and intuition. These altered states of consciousness can provide access to deeper levels of awareness, allowing us to tap into our innate wisdom and gain insights that are not available to us in our ordinary waking state. The shock of the new is what alters patterns, but can we stay in the state, or do we immediately fall back into the familiar, proving the Demiurge and Archons truly do have control over us? Having delved into meditation as a practice, let's now introduce ritual magic as an esoteric practice for reclaiming our will, shaping our reality, and interacting with the unseen forces of the cosmos. While ritual magic is often misunderstood and misrepresented in popular culture, it is not about superpowers or evil spells, but rather a powerful tool for focusing our intention and aligning our energy with our desired outcomes. Like a sculptor shaping clay, we can use ritual magic to mold our lives and create the reality we desire. But is there a danger in attempting to control the forces of the universe, potentially leading to unintended consequences or even spiritual harm? Ritual magic employs symbols, intention, and focused energy to create desired changes in our lives and in the world around us, functioning as a symbolic language that speaks to our subconscious minds, bypassing the limitations of our rational intellect and tapping into our innate creative power. By engaging in ritual acts, such as chanting, visualization, and the use of sacred objects, we can create a powerful energetic field that amplifies our intention and influences the unseen forces of the cosmos. Are we powerful enough to challenge the gods, or are we pawns within their domain? There are many different types of ritual magic, each with its own unique traditions, techniques, and symbolic systems. Ceremonial magic, often associated with traditions like Hermeticism and the Golden Dawn, involves elaborate rituals, complex symbolism, and the invocation of specific deities or spirits. Chaos magic emphasizes personal experimentation, flexibility, and the creation of personalized rituals tailored to one's individual needs and desires. Wicca, a modern pagan tradition, focuses on nature-based spirituality, the worship of the goddess and god, and the practice of benevolent magic for healing, empowerment, and environmental stewardship. Regardless of the specific tradition, the underlying principle of ritual magic is the same, that we can use our intention and focused energy to shape our reality and manifest our desires. But is ritual magic truly effective, or is it merely a placebo effect, a psychological trick that fools us into believing we have more power than we actually do? Indeed, there are countless real-world examples of people using ritual magic to achieve specific goals, such as healing, creativity, or personal transformation, something they don't want you to know. A cancer patient might use visualization and energy healing techniques to support their medical treatment. An artist might perform a ritual to invoke inspiration and creativity. An individual might engage in shadow work rituals to confront and integrate their repressed emotions. When viewed through the Demiurge theory, magic is asserting our creative power and challenging the limitations imposed upon us. Is this the ultimate fight, or is that what they want you to believe? Let us now turn to alchemy as an esoteric practice for transmuting the self, achieving wholeness, and realizing our divine potential. While alchemy is often associated with the pursuit of turning lead into gold, its true purpose is far more profound, as the transformation of the self from a state of imperfection to a state of wholeness. It is about purifying our inner darkness, integrating our fragmented aspects, and realizing our true nature as beings of light. Is this what it truly means to obtain the philosopher's stone, or is it simply a metaphor? Alchemical processes, such as purification, separation, and integration, mirror the process of individuation in Jungian psychology, almost as if Jung rediscovered and reinterpreted the ancient wisdom of alchemy in the language of modern psychology. Purification involves cleansing ourselves of negative emotions, limiting beliefs, and unhealthy patterns. Separation involves distinguishing between our essential self and our conditioned identity. Integration involves embracing all aspects of our being, both light and shadow, and unifying them into a harmonious whole. Could it be that Jungian psychology is not merely a modern invention, but a rediscovery of ancient wisdom? The symbolism of alchemical substances and processes is rich and complex, offering a multi-layered map of the human psyche. The philosopher's stone represents the ultimate goal of alchemy, the realization of our divine potential. The Red King and the White Queen symbolize the union of opposing forces, the integration of masculine and feminine energies within ourselves. By understanding these symbols, we can gain deeper insights into our own inner workings and accelerate our journey of self-transformation. But can we truly understand these symbols without direct experience, or are we merely engaging in intellectual speculation? In connecting alchemy to the Demiurge theory, we can argue that it is a way of liberating ourselves from the limitations of the ego and reconnecting with our true nature, almost as if the Demiurge seeks to keep us trapped within the confines of our limited identity, preventing us from realizing our full potential. By engaging in alchemical practices, we can break free from this prison and reclaim our divine birthright. A practical example of how splitting the atom parallels alchemical processes is the concept of breaking down a substance into its fundamental components and then reassembling them into something new, just as alchemists sought to break down base metals into their constituent elements and then recombine them to create gold. But does such knowledge truly lead to freedom or to more dangerous control? If alchemy transmutes the self, then let's introduce astrology as an esoteric practice for understanding the cosmic influences shaping our lives and aligning with our true purpose. It is not about fatalistic predictions or deterministic pronouncements, but rather a tool for self-discovery, providing insights into our strengths, weaknesses, and potential challenges, offering a map of the celestial energies that influence our personalities, relationships, and life paths. Indeed, astrology can reveal our strengths, weaknesses, and potential challenges, providing insights into our personality, relationships, and life path, almost as if our birth chart is a cosmic blueprint, revealing the unique combination of planetary energies that were present at the moment of our birth. By understanding these energies, we can make more conscious choices about how we live our lives, aligning ourselves with our true purpose and fulfilling our highest potential. But can astrology truly predict our future, or is it simply a reflection of our existing patterns and tendencies? In discussing the symbolism of the planets, signs, and houses, it's important to keep in mind how they interact to create a unique astrological chart for each individual. Almost as if each planet represents a different aspect of our personality, each sign represents a different mode of expression. and each house represents a different area of our lives. By understanding these symbols and their interactions, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos. But is it possible to truly understand such a complex system, or are we doomed to misinterpret its symbols and draw inaccurate conclusions? In considering how astrology connects to the Demiurge theory, we can say that it is a way of understanding the forces shaping our reality and making more conscious choices about how we respond to them, almost as if the Demiurge has created a cosmic matrix of influences designed to keep us bound to a predetermined destiny. By understanding these influences, we can break free from the Demiurge's control and reclaim our free will. But does free will truly exist within the framework of astrology, or are we simply puppets dancing to the tune of the planets? Finally, let's explore the tarot as an esoteric practice for navigating the archetypal landscape of the psyche, gaining insights into our unconscious patterns, and making more informed decisions. The tarot is not about predicting the future in a literal sense, but rather about illuminating the present moment and providing guidance for our journey. Does the tarot provide insight, or does it provide more questions? Indeed, the tarot cards act as mirrors, reflecting our inner state and revealing hidden aspects of our personality and our life path, almost as if the cards are a symbolic language that speaks directly to our subconscious minds, bypassing the limitations of our rational intellect and tapping into our innate wisdom. By interpreting the cards in the context of our own lives, we can gain deeper insights into our motivations, our fears, and our potential challenges. But is the tarot truly a reliable guide, or is it simply a projection of our own biases and beliefs? The symbolism of the major and minor arcana is rich and complex, drawing on a wide range of esoteric traditions, including Kabbalah, alchemy, and astrology, almost as if the major arcana represent the archetypal stages of our spiritual journey, while the minor arcana represent the everyday challenges and opportunities we encounter along the way. By studying these symbols, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the cosmos. But can the tarot truly reveal the hidden depths of our psyche, or is it simply a collection of pretty pictures with no real meaning? Thus, we can connect the tarot to the Demiurge theory by considering it as a way of understanding the forces shaping our reality and making more conscious choices about how we respond to them, almost as if the Demiurge has created a complex web of illusions designed to keep us trapped within a predetermined script. By using the tarot to gain clarity and insight, we can break free from this control and reclaim our power to create our own destiny. These esoteric practices are not a replacement for real-world action, but are tools for empowering us to create positive change in our lives and in the world around us. And while they are distinct, it's clear that they are not ends unto themselves, but tools for empowering us to create positive change in our lives and in the world around us, almost as if the Demiurge seeks to keep us passive and disempowered, trapped within a cycle of limitation and despair. By engaging in esoteric practices, we can reclaim our agency and become active participants in the shaping of our own reality. But are we truly ready to embrace this power and responsibility? In conclusion, we have explored several esoteric practices as tools for personal transformation and spiritual liberation, each offering a unique pathway for breaking free from the Demiurge's influence. Ultimately, the choice of which practices to embrace is a personal one, guided by our own intuition and resonance. What lies ahead? What shocking secrets are still to be revealed as we continue to seek the light? Having explored the various esoteric practices that empower us to challenge the Demiurge, we can now consider the very nature of the reality in which we find ourselves, the system that sustains the Demiurge's illusion. Could it be that the reality we perceive is not what it seems, that we are living in a simulated world, and that the Demiurge is its architect? This brings us to the concept of hyperreality, popularized by Jean Baudrillard, and how it connects to the Demiurge theory, almost as if the Demiurge is not just a creator, but also a programmer, crafting a simulated reality that we mistake for the real world. Hyperreality is a state where simulations become more real than reality itself, blurring the lines between the genuine and the artificial, where symbols and signs replace the actual, tangible world, creating a self-referential system with no grounding in objective truth. The simulacra precedes the real. Have we simply forgotten what real even means? Consider the proliferation of deepfakes and the prevalence of fake news, where it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish between authentic information and fabricated content, creating a pervasive sense of distrust and uncertainty. Social media platforms, with their carefully curated images and echo chambers of like-minded opinions, can also be seen as hyperreal environments, where individuals construct idealized versions of themselves and reinforce existing biases. Could our obsession with technology and virtual experiences be drawing us further away from the tangible world, deeper into the Demiurge's simulated reality? In this context, the Demiurge is not necessarily malevolent, but simply creating a user interface that is limited and distorted, yet ultimately serves a purpose, almost as if the Demiurge is a cosmic game developer, crafting a virtual world with its own rules, challenges, and rewards. The limitations and distortions of this user interface are not intended to deceive us, but rather to provide a framework for learning, growth, and self-discovery. They are the constraints within which we can exercise our free will and develop our creative potential. But what if the game is rigged, and the rules are designed to keep us trapped in a cycle of endless striving and dissatisfaction? This ties back to our previous discussions of perception filters and the prison of language, arguing that our senses and our language are part of the Demiurge's simulation, almost as if our very ability to perceive and communicate is shaped by the Demiurge's influence, limiting our access to a more authentic experience of reality. Our senses provide us with a limited bandwidth of information, filtering out vast amounts of data that exist beyond our perception. Language, with its inherent biases and limitations, shapes our thoughts and beliefs, reinforcing the Demiurge's dominant narratives. Are we truly seeing the world as it is, or are we merely seeing a reflection of our own conditioned minds? Understanding the nature of hyperreality can help us to debug the system and access a more authentic experience of reality. But are we even prepared to handle the real world, or have we become too accustomed to the comforts and distractions of the simulation? By recognizing the limitations of our senses and the biases of our language, we can begin to question the assumptions that shape our perceptions and to seek out alternative perspectives. We can cultivate mindfulness and self-awareness, becoming more conscious of the filters through which we experience the world. But can we truly escape the simulation, or are we simply destined to wander its virtual landscapes forever? The Demiurge's influence isn't limited to the realm of individual perception. It extends to the very systems that govern our modern world, almost as if these systems are mechanisms through which the Demiurge exerts its control, shaping our beliefs, values, and behaviors on a collective scale. By understanding how these systems operate, we can begin to resist their influence and reclaim our autonomy. But are we strong enough to challenge these powerful forces, or are we simply tilting at windmills? Political ideologies, propaganda, and power structures can shape our beliefs and values, keeping us divided and controlled. Political rhetoric often employs emotional appeals, logical fallacies, and biased information to manipulate public opinion and advance specific agendas. Propaganda techniques, such as repetition, fear-mongering, and the creation of scapegoats, can be used to demonize opposing viewpoints and reinforce dominant narratives. Power structures, such as governments and corporations, can exert control through laws, regulations, and economic incentives, shaping our behaviors and limiting our choices. Are we truly free to think for ourselves, or are we simply echoing the opinions of those in power? Capitalism, consumerism, and debt can create a sense of scarcity and dependence, preventing us from pursuing our true passions, almost as if we are trapped in a cycle of endless striving and dissatisfaction, where our worth is measured by our material possessions and our success is defined by our ability to accumulate wealth. Consumerism encourages us to constantly seek out new products and experiences, creating a sense of never-ending desire and dissatisfaction. Debt binds us to the system, forcing us to work long hours and sacrifice our time and energy to pay off our obligations. The illusion of choice within a consumerist society, where we are presented with a vast array of options but ultimately limited to those that serve the interests of corporations, further perpetuates this cycle. But what if true wealth lies not in material possessions, but in inner peace, creativity, and connection with others? Media outlets can manipulate information, shape public opinion, and reinforce dominant narratives, desensitizing viewers to violence, suffering, and injustice, almost as if they are carefully crafting a narrative that keeps us distracted and complacent. Sensationalism and fear-mongering are often used to grab our attention and keep us glued to the screen, while important issues are ignored or downplayed. The constant barrage of negative news can create a sense of helplessness and despair, making us feel powerless to change the world. Are we truly informed by the media, or are we simply being manipulated? Educational institutions can promote conformity, suppress critical thinking, and indoctrinate students with specific ideologies, almost as if they are designed to churn out obedient workers and compliant citizens. Rote memorization and standardized testing often prioritize conformity over creativity and critical thinking. Textbooks and curricula can be biased, presenting a limited or distorted view of history and culture. Students are often taught what to think rather than how to think, limiting their ability to question authority and challenge the status quo. But what if education could be a tool for liberation, empowering us to think for ourselves and create a better world? These systems, despite their differences, share common traits of control, reinforcing the Demiurge's influence in our lives. They shape our beliefs, values, and behaviors, limiting our choices and preventing us from realizing our full potential. By understanding how these systems operate, we can begin to resist their influence and reclaim our autonomy. But how do we break free from these deeply entrenched structures, and what would a truly liberated society look like? Despite the Demiurge's pervasive influence, we may still have a degree of freedom and choice within the simulated reality, almost as if we are not simply puppets, but rather actors with the ability to improvise our own roles. The Demiurge's control is not absolute. We can still choose how we respond to external influences and what we focus our attention on. Choosing our responses isn't a guaranteed path to freedom. Are we truly capable of independent thought and action, or are we simply deluding ourselves with the illusion of free will? Cultivating self-awareness, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence are essential tools for making more conscious choices, almost as if these qualities are the keys to unlocking our freedom within the Demiurge's prison. Self-awareness allows us to recognize our own biases, patterns, and motivations, giving us a clearer understanding of why we think and act the way we do. Critical thinking enables us to question assumptions, evaluate evidence, and form our own independent judgments. Emotional intelligence allows us to understand and manage our own emotions, as well as empathize with others, fostering more meaningful connections and relationships. But how do we cultivate these qualities in a world that often seems designed to suppress them? Throughout history, individuals have resisted oppressive systems and created positive change through acts of rebellion, creativity, and compassion. But are these acts of rebellion part of the simulation, or do they represent genuine moments of transcendence? Artists have used their creative expression to challenge dominant narratives and inspire social change. Activists have organized movements to fight for justice and equality. Individuals have risked their lives to protect others and stand up for their beliefs. These acts of resistance, however small they may seem, demonstrate the power of the human spirit to overcome adversity and create a more just and equitable world? Could small acts of resistance be the undoing of the Demiurge? Some Gnostic texts suggest that our fate is predetermined, but other interpretations emphasize the importance of free will, creating tension and highlighting the complexities of the Demiurge theory. While some Gnostic systems portray humanity as trapped in a deterministic universe controlled by the archons, others emphasize the potential for spiritual liberation through knowledge and self-awareness. By embracing the power of choice and focusing on what is within our control, we can reclaim our agency and create a more positive future. But is it possible that both determinism and free will coexist, creating a paradoxical reality that defies our limited understanding? So how do we begin reclaiming our minds, deconstructing the simulation, and accessing a more authentic experience of reality, almost as if we are embarking on a quest to liberate ourselves from the Demiurge's mental prison? By cultivating mindfulness, questioning assumptions, and connecting with others, we can begin to see through the illusions that bind us and create a more meaningful and fulfilling life. But what if the very act of seeking liberation is itself a part of the Demiurge's plan? Mindfulness meditation helps us to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, creating space for new perspectives and offering the opportunity to disconnect from the constant stream of mental chatter and to access a deeper level of awareness. This practice allows us to see our thoughts and emotions as fleeting phenomena, rather than as fixed identities or objective truths, connecting back to the esoteric practices we mentioned earlier. By cultivating this detached awareness, we can begin to unravel the patterns of thought and emotion that perpetuate our limiting beliefs and create a sense of inner peace and clarity. But can we truly escape the influence of our thoughts and emotions, or are we simply destined to be ruled by them? Critical thinking empowers us to question assumptions, challenge authority, and seek out diverse sources of information, liberating ourselves from the echo chambers of the mind. This active and disciplined process of analyzing and evaluating information, forming judgments, and making decisions based on reason and evidence is essential for navigating the complexities of the modern world. This can be achieved by questioning assumptions, identifying biases, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative perspectives. What concrete steps can someone take to develop the skills of critical thinking? Creative expression allows us to explore our inner world and challenge the dominant narratives, using art, music, writing, and other forms to connect with our emotions, express our unique perspectives, and challenge the status quo. It can be a powerful tool for healing, self-discovery, and social change, allowing us to reclaim our voices and share our stories with the world. What are some specific examples of creative expression being used to challenge the status quo and promote social change? Community building creates supportive networks for mutual growth and empowerment, connecting with others who share our values. This gives us a sense of belonging, providing us with opportunities for collaboration, mutual support, and collective action. By working together, we can amplify our voices, share our resources, and create a more just and equitable world. Why is community building so essential for transcending the Demiurge's influence, and what are some practical steps we can take to foster stronger connections with others? In the end, the Demiurge might be a mirror reflecting our own collective creations, suggesting that the systems of control and the simulated reality we experience are a result of our own choices and unconscious patterns, almost as if the Demiurge is not an external force, but rather a reflection of our own collective shadow. We collectively create and maintain the systems that limit us through our participation in political, economic, and social structures. But what makes a belief take root and spread throughout the collective consciousness? The concept of collective consciousness, that our shared beliefs and values shape the world around us, almost as if our thoughts and emotions are not confined to our individual minds, but rather contribute to a larger field of awareness that influences the course of events. When a critical mass of individuals adopt a new belief or value, it can create a ripple effect, transforming the social, political, and economic landscape. But how do we shift the collective consciousness towards a more positive and life-affirming direction? By reclaiming responsibility for our own creations, we can actively shape a more positive and authentic reality, almost as if we are not simply victims of the Demiurge's machinations, but rather co-creators of our own destiny. This calls for an awareness of our shadow self, an acknowledgement of our creative power, and a commitment to creating a world that reflects our highest values. But does this mean that we are all responsible for the suffering and injustice in the world? And if so, how do we reconcile this with our inherent goodness? Thus, transcending the Demiurge requires taking responsibility for our own creations and actively shaping a more positive and authentic reality. But how do we reconcile this with the existence of suffering and injustice in the world? Can we truly create a better future, or are we simply destined to repeat the mistakes of the past? What secrets remain hidden? What truths will be revealed as we continue to seek the light? Could it be that the Demiurge's influence extends even into the realm of our dreams, subtly shaping our nightly realities to reinforce limiting beliefs and subtly guide our waking lives? Consider our dreams as a canvas, where the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious blur, and where the Demiurge, like a cosmic dream weaver, might plant suggestions and subtly mold our perceptions. Are we truly the authors of our dreams, or are we merely actors in a play orchestrated by a hidden hand? The dream state, with its lowered defenses and heightened suggestibility, provides a fertile ground for such influence. Just as hypnagogia, the liminal state between wakefulness and sleep, renders us more susceptible to suggestion, so too does the dream state open us up to subtle manipulations. This is where the Demiurge could bypass our conscious awareness, accessing deeper levels of the unconscious through archetypal imagery and familiar narratives. What role do our mental defenses play in keeping the Demiurge at bay? Archetypal imagery, drawn from the collective unconscious, is frequently seen in dreams and understood through Jungian psychology. Think of recurring symbols like the shadow, the anima, the animus, the self, and their various manifestations within our dreams. Could the Demiurge leverage these primal symbols, imbuing them with distorted meanings to reinforce limiting beliefs and perpetuate feelings of anxiety, fear, and powerlessness? Is our psyche a playground for the Demiurge to enact its limiting control over our lives? Consider common dream themes: the recurring nightmare of being chased, the anxiety of failing an exam, the fear of public speaking, the powerlessness of being unable to move. Could these be subtle manipulations, carefully crafted by the Demiurge to keep us feeling small and insignificant, trapped within a cycle of self-doubt and limitation? As the film Inception explored the idea of dream architects creating and manipulating dream realities, perhaps the Demiurge is the ultimate architect, subtly shaping our inner landscapes to control our outer experiences. Are our nightmares the architecture of the Demiurge's control? But if the Demiurge is indeed shaping our dreams, can we learn to decode the symbolism and unmask the dream weaver? Just as a detective unravels a complex mystery, we too can learn to identify the Demiurge's influence and wake up within our dreams, taking control of our nightly narratives. What if our dreams are not just random firings of the brain, but a coded message from the Demiurge? One powerful technique is to keep a dream journal, documenting recurring themes, symbols, and emotions. Over time, patterns may emerge, revealing the subtle manipulations and limiting beliefs that the Demiurge seeks to reinforce. Is that feeling of dread in your dreams trying to tell you something from the Demiurge? Practicing lucid dreaming, becoming aware that you are dreaming, offers another avenue for challenging the Demiurge's influence. Once you realize you are dreaming, you can actively change the course of the dream, creating more positive outcomes and transforming negative symbols into empowering ones. Imagine turning a menacing shadow figure into a source of strength and guidance. What would you do if you knew you were in a dream right now? Challenging negative dream narratives, actively changing the course of the dream to create more positive outcomes, is a powerful technique. What if that shadowy figure in your dreams represents the Demiurge itself, and by confronting it, you are challenging its control? Can we rewrite the script of our dreams, or are we bound by the Demiurge's narrative? Look for glitches in the matrix, inconsistencies or absurdities that may indicate the artificial nature of the dream reality. These could be anything from illogical scenarios to impossible objects or violations of the laws of physics. Just as Neo in the Matrix began to see the code behind the simulated reality, we too can learn to recognize the telltale signs of the Demiurge's influence in our dreams. How can you tell if something is real or not? Contrast this approach with Jungian dream analysis, which views dream symbols as manifestations of the unconscious mind, offering valuable insights into our personal psychology. Could these perspectives be combined, recognizing that while our dreams reflect our inner world, they may also be influenced by external forces like the Demiurge? Are our dreams a window into our souls, or a distorted mirror reflecting the Demiurge's agenda? These techniques, used during waking life, are reality checks, tests that can help us to discern if we are dreaming or awake. What if the ability to accurately test reality in our waking lives can tell us more about the Demiurge? Could they reveal the true nature of the Demiurge? Performing reality checks regularly can help us to become more aware of our surroundings and question the nature of reality. Just as a detective looks for clues to solve a crime, we can train ourselves to look for inconsistencies and contradictions in our everyday experiences. Are we living in a world of solid, tangible reality, or are we simply navigating a carefully constructed illusion? Examples of reality checks include trying to push your finger through your palm, looking at a clock twice to see if the time changes, or trying to fly. If you are dreaming, your finger might pass through your palm, the time on the clock might shift erratically, or you might be able to defy gravity. These simple tests can help you to distinguish between the waking world and the dream world. But what if the waking world is also a dream, a more sophisticated simulation created by the Demiurge? If the world is indeed a simulation, as simulation theory suggests, there may be subtle inconsistencies or glitches that we can detect through reality checks. Just as a computer program can have bugs or errors, so too might the Demiurge's simulation contain imperfections that betray its artificial nature. Are these glitches the cracks through which the light of truth can shine? This connects back to the importance of discernment, the ability to distinguish between truth and illusion. In a world saturated with information and misinformation, discernment is an essential skill for navigating the complexities of modern life and avoiding the Demiurge's deceptive traps. Are we truly discerning, or are we simply believing what we want to believe? Simulation theory, which posits that our reality is a computer simulation created by an advanced civilization, offers a modern interpretation of the Demiurge's creation. Is our world a digital construct, a cosmic video game designed by a higher power, or is this just another elaborate delusion? The arguments for simulation theory are compelling. The rapid advancement of technology, the fine-tuning of the universe, and the potential for creating highly realistic simulations. As technology continues to evolve at an exponential rate, it seems increasingly plausible that an advanced civilization could create a simulation indistinguishable from reality. The fine-tuning of the universe, the precise values of physical constants that allow for life to exist, also suggests that our reality may be the product of intelligent design. But who are the designers? Quantum physics may provide evidence for simulation theory, particularly the observer effect, where the act of observing a quantum system changes its behavior. This suggests that reality is not fixed and objective, but rather influenced by consciousness, as well as the nature of reality at the quantum level, where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed, further blurring the line between the real and the virtual. Are we the programmers of our reality, or are we merely lines of code? However, the criticisms of simulation theory are also worth considering. It is unfalsifiable, meaning that there is no way to prove or disprove it definitively. It relies on speculation and doesn't necessarily change how we should live our lives. Even if we are in a simulation, our experiences are still real, our choices still matter, and our actions still have consequences. Does it even matter if we are in a simulation? The simulators in this case are the Demiurge figure. The Demiurge, as the architect of our simulated existence, then perhaps our quest for spiritual liberation is akin to hacking the system, transcending the limitations of the program and accessing a more authentic level of reality. What if enlightenment is simply a matter of unplugging from the matrix? Even if we are in a simulation, it doesn't negate our experiences. Our choices still matter. Just as a character in a video game can make meaningful choices and have profound experiences, so too can we find meaning and purpose in our simulated lives. The key is to focus on what is within our control and to strive to create a more positive and fulfilling reality, regardless of its ultimate nature. Why does it matter if the Demiurge created our reality if we can still make our own choices? Consider, too, the concept of the Great Attractor, a gravitational anomaly in space that is pulling galaxies towards it, and how this relates to the Demiurge. Does this attractor represent a force that is pulling us towards limitation and conformity, away from our true potential, or is this just a natural phenomenon with no deeper significance? The Great Attractor's gravitational pull influences the movement of galaxies, even those far beyond our own. The true nature of the Great Attractor is still not fully understood by scientists, adding to its mystique and intrigue. Could the Great Attractor be the Demiurge's physical manifestation, a cosmic force compelling all towards limitation? Metaphorically, the Great Attractor in our lives can be the expectations of society, the pressures of conformity, and the allure of material possessions. These forces can pull us away from our authentic selves, leading us down a path of unhappiness and unfulfillment. Are we being pulled towards a predetermined destination, or do we have the power to choose our own direction? This relates back to our previous discussions of limiting beliefs. The Great Attractor reinforces those limiting beliefs, pulling us further away from our true potential. Just as a strong current can drag a boat off course, so too can the Great Attractor of limiting beliefs pull us away from our dreams and aspirations. What anchors can we use to resist this pull? Mindfulness and living authentically are techniques that can help us to resist the pull of the Great Attractor and find our true north. By cultivating self-awareness, connecting with our intuition, and aligning with our values, we can navigate the cosmic currents and chart our own course. But how do we know if we are truly living authentically, or if we are simply conforming to a different set of expectations? Even if we are influenced by the Demiurge and other limiting forces, we still have the power to navigate our own course, connecting to discussions on free will and responsibility. Are we simply puppets of fate, or are we the masters of our own destiny? The answer, perhaps, lies somewhere in between. Cultivating self-awareness, connecting with our intuition, and aligning with our values can help us to resist the pull of the Great Attractor and find our true north. Just as a compass guides a ship through stormy seas, so too can these inner qualities guide us through the challenges of life. But how do we cultivate these qualities in a world that often seems to discourage them? Setting our own goals, pursuing our passions, and creating a life that is meaningful to us is essential for resisting the Demiurge's influence and realizing our full potential. By taking ownership of our lives and making conscious choices that align with our values, we can break free from the cycle of limitation and conformity. What is your true north, and how can you align your life with it? Even small acts of rebellion, creativity, and compassion can make a difference in the world, contributing to a more positive and authentic reality. Just as a single drop of water can create ripples that spread across a pond, so too can our actions have a ripple effect, inspiring others and creating positive change. Is our free will enough to combat the demiurge, and is it leading us towards light? This connects to the Gnostic concept of spiritual liberation, liberating ourselves from the influence of the demiurge and realizing our divine potential. By recognizing the limitations of the demiurge's creation and embracing our own creative power, we can transcend the cycle of limitation and create a more fulfilling and authentic reality. But what is the ultimate destination of this spiritual journey, and what awaits us beyond the realm of the demiurge? What further secrets will be revealed as we delve deeper into the demiurge's influence, seeking the light of true understanding? LXXI. The lived experience. Bridging theory and practice. Esoteric practices are not mere intellectual exercises to be debated in ivory towers or pondered in armchairs, but require consistent effort, unwavering dedication, and seamless integration into the very fabric of our daily lives. Consider, for a moment, the image of the solitary alchemist toiling away in his laboratory, not just manipulating chemicals and tending to furnaces, but equally transforming himself through relentless self-reflection and inner work. Is the true alchemical transformation not the transmutation of the self? The true transformative power of esoteric practices, such as alchemy, Hermeticism, and Kabbalah, lies not in the accumulation of theoretical knowledge, but in the practical application of these principles and the profound challenges encountered along the winding path. Think of meditation as more than just sitting and breathing, as it becomes an active engagement with the swirling currents of our minds, the taming of restless thoughts, and the gradual unveiling of the silent observer within. What separates the scholar from the adept, the dabbler from the truly transformed? We must contrast mere intellectual understanding with embodied knowledge, that hard-won wisdom etched into our very being through direct experience and persistent application, a knowledge that transcends the limitations of the rational mind and resonates within the deepest recesses of our souls. The alchemist who merely reads about transmutation remains forever separated from the one who truly witnesses and embodies the change. Can we truly claim to understand a principle until we have lived it? LXXII. The pitfalls of misinterpretation. The shadow side of esotericism. Let us now turn to explore the potential pitfalls of misinterpreting esoteric teachings, where the shimmering promise of enlightenment can be distorted into a murky swamp of self-deception, and where the sacred quest for truth can devolve into a dangerous pursuit of ego gratification, as it often does. What happens when noble intentions are twisted by the insidious whispers of the shadow self? Esoteric knowledge, like any potent force, can be easily distorted or misused to justify harmful actions, reinforce deeply ingrained egoic beliefs, or manipulate unsuspecting others, thus twisting the very essence of the teachings and turning them into instruments of darkness. Picture the demagogue who selectively quotes sacred texts to justify their tyrannical rule, or the charlatan who promises enlightenment in exchange for worldly riches. Are we immune to the siren call of self-deception, the subtle allure of power disguised as spiritual authority? Consider, for instance, individuals who might interpret concepts like willpower or divine power as a license to dominate or control others, twisting the profound teachings of self-mastery into a justification for tyranny and oppression. Think of those who wield esoteric knowledge not as a tool for liberation, but as a weapon of manipulation, subtly influencing the thoughts and emotions of others to serve their own selfish ends. How can we ensure that our pursuit of esoteric knowledge remains grounded in humility, ethics, and a genuine desire to serve the greater good? Or will we fall for the temptations of the demiurge? The concept of spiritual bypassing is insidious, offering a tempting escape route from the messy realities of human existence, where esoteric ideas are used as a shield to avoid dealing with difficult emotions, unresolved traumas, or real-world problems. Instead of confronting our inner demons, we might seek refuge in lofty abstractions, using spiritual jargon to mask our pain and avoid the hard work of self-reflection and personal growth. Are we truly facing our shadows, or are we merely hiding behind a veil of spiritual platitudes? LXXII. The dark night of the soul, facing the shadow in esoteric practice, the dark night of the soul, a period of intense spiritual crisis, profound doubt, and agonizing disillusionment, can arise unexpectedly during the esoteric path, casting a long shadow over our most cherished beliefs and shaking the very foundations of our spiritual understanding. Imagine yourself lost in a dense forest, the familiar landmarks vanished, the path ahead shrouded in darkness, and the whispers of doubt echoing in your ears. Can we find our way through the darkest of nights, or will we succumb to the despair of the abyss? This dark night is not a punishment or a sign of failure, but a necessary and transformative stage in the process of spiritual evolution, a crucible in which our old selves are burned away, forcing us to confront our shadow self, to question our most deeply held beliefs, and to let go of ego attachments that no longer serve our higher purpose. Like the alchemist who must burn away the impurities to reveal the pure gold within, we must endure the fire of transformation to emerge stronger, wiser, and more authentic. Will we embrace the transformative power of the dark night, or will we cling to the illusions of the past? Practices like meditation and shadow work, designed to illuminate the hidden corners of our psyche, can bring repressed emotions, buried traumas, and unconscious patterns to the surface, leading to temporary discomfort, intense emotional release, and perhaps even a profound sense of disorientation, which may cause many to abandon their journey. What they may not realize, however, is that this discomfort is a sign that we are breaking through deeply entrenched patterns and liberating ourselves from the shackles of the past, but ultimately leads to deeper healing and greater self-awareness. Can we embrace the pain of transformation, knowing that it leads to a brighter dawn? Navigating the dark night of the soul requires a potent cocktail of self-compassion, unwavering faith, and the courage to seek support from trusted sources, for it is in these moments of vulnerability that we truly discover our strength. Surrendering to the process, trusting that the universe has our best interests at heart, and embracing the unknown with open arms allows us to emerge from the darkness transformed and renewed. But how can we surrender when there are forces acting upon us? As we discussed previously, can we let go of control and trust in the divine, even when the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty? LXXIV. The importance of discernment. Navigating the esoteric marketplace, let's now turn to emphasize the critical importance of discernment in navigating the vast and often treacherous esoteric marketplace, where the allure of secret knowledge and instant enlightenment can easily lead us astray, and where the genuine seeker must learn to distinguish between the true gems of wisdom and the glittering pyrite of deception. How can we separate the wheat from the chaff, the authentic teachings from the cleverly disguised falsehoods? The proliferation of esoteric information online, while offering unprecedented access to ancient wisdom and spiritual practices, has also made it increasingly difficult to distinguish between authentic teachings and deceptive claims, between genuine masters and self-proclaimed gurus, thus blurring the lines between truth and illusion. Consider the countless websites, social media accounts, and online courses that promise enlightenment, power, and secret knowledge, often at a steep price. Are we equipped to navigate this digital labyrinth, or will we become lost in a sea of misinformation? Evaluating esoteric sources requires a critical eye, a healthy dose of skepticism, and a willingness to do our own research, looking beyond the surface promises and assessing the underlying motivations of the teacher or author. Checking credentials, looking for red flags such as promises of quick results or exclusive secret knowledge, and most importantly, trusting your intuition is critical. What is your intuition trying to tell you? The ethical implications of charging exorbitant fees for esoteric knowledge or spiritual practices must be carefully considered, as we acknowledge that true wisdom should be freely accessible to all who seek it, and that the commodification of spiritual teachings can distort their essence and undermine their transformative power. Can we truly place a price on enlightenment, or is it a gift freely given to those who are willing to seek it with an open heart? LXXV. The trap of spiritual ego, inflated sense of self, the spiritual ego, a subtle and insidious trap that awaits even the most sincere seekers, is the tendency to develop an inflated sense of self-importance, superiority, or self-righteousness as a result of our spiritual practices, creating an illusion of enlightenment that obscures the very truth we seek. Are we truly becoming more humble and compassionate, or are we simply reinforcing our own egoic delusions? The spiritual ego can manifest in various ways, from a subtle sense of being more enlightened than others, to a relentless need for external validation and recognition, to a tendency to judge or criticize those who are less evolved or who hold different beliefs, thereby undermining the very principles of love, acceptance, and non-judgment that lie at the heart of true spirituality. Are we elevating ourselves above others, or are we walking alongside them on the path of shared growth and understanding? Practices like meditation or ritual magic, while powerful tools for self-transformation, can inadvertently reinforce the ego if not approached with humility, self-awareness, and a deep understanding of our shared humanity. What if we are simply stroking our own egos, reinforcing our sense of separateness, and reinforcing our inflated sense of self? As previously mentioned, it is said that the Demiurge feeds off the ego, providing louche, a sort of spiritual sustenance. Could our pursuit of spiritual enlightenment be inadvertently feeding the very force that seeks to limit us? Recognizing and dissolving the spiritual ego requires constant self-reflection, a willingness to acknowledge our own flaws and limitations, and a conscious effort to cultivate gratitude, humility, and compassion. Seeking feedback from trusted sources, engaging in acts of selfless service, and remembering that we are all interconnected beings on a shared journey can help us to keep our egos in check and to remain grounded in the truth of our inherent worthiness. But how can we dissolve the ego when the Demiurge is constantly seeking to inflate it? How can we fight against this constant desire for superiority? LXXVI, the paradox of effort, SVS, Ender versus control. Finally, let us explore the paradox of effort in esoteric practice, the delicate dance between intentional action and surrendering to the divine flow, for it is in this balance that we find the true path to spiritual growth. Imagine yourself as a sailor navigating the ocean, skillfully adjusting your sails to catch the wind, while simultaneously trusting in the power of the currents to guide you on your journey. When do we take control, and when do we surrender to the forces beyond our understanding? Striving too hard to achieve spiritual goals can actually hinder our progress, creating resistance, reinforcing the ego's control, and preventing us from fully opening ourselves to the transformative power of the divine. What if that force is the Demiurge? Like a tightly clenched fist that cannot receive a gift, our efforts to control the outcome can block the very blessings we seek. Do we know when to strive and when to let go? We must discuss the vital importance of letting go of expectations, surrendering to the process, and trusting that the universe has a plan for us even when we cannot see it. But it is important to discern the difference between the universe and the Demiurge. By releasing our attachment to specific outcomes, we create space for the divine to work through us, guiding us towards our highest potential. Can we truly trust in the process, even when the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty? Cultivating surrender requires a conscious effort to practice non-attachment, to accept the impermanence of all things, and to embrace the present moment without judgment or expectation. Just as a river flows effortlessly towards the sea, so too can we learn to flow with the currents of life, trusting that we are always being guided towards our ultimate destination and avoiding the traps of the Demiurge. How can we surrender when there are forces acting upon us? As we have previously mentioned, pulling us in directions we do not wish to go. Is our surrender and acceptance of the Demiurge what awaits us as we continue to explore the relationship between the Demiurge and our path to enlightenment? LXXVII. The power of the spoken word. Mantras and incantations. Have you ever considered that the very words you speak, the phrases you repeat, might be shaping your reality in ways you're not even consciously aware of? Mantras and incantations, potent tools for reprogramming the subconscious mind, offer a direct method for disrupting the Demiurge's potential influence on our thoughts, offering a path towards reclaiming our inner sovereignty. But how can specific sounds and intentional statements wield such power, and how might they help us rewrite the very code of our existence? Specific sound frequencies and rhythmic repetition, when harnessed through mantras and incantations, can demonstrably alter brainwave states, inducing a state of heightened receptivity and bypassing the ego's habitual resistance to change. Think of the ancient yogis chanting Om, their voices resonating in harmony with the cosmos, or the medieval mystics reciting devotional prayers, their words imbued with fervent intention. Modern science is increasingly validating what these traditions have long understood, with studies showing that chanting and rhythmic speech can synchronize brain activity, reduce stress, and promote a sense of well-being. Could it be that these practices are not merely superstitious rituals, but sophisticated techniques for influencing our very consciousness? What role might the pineal gland play in this connection? While often used interchangeably, it is important to differentiate between mantras and incantations. Mantras, derived from Sanskrit, are sacred sounds or syllables believed to possess inherent spiritual power, such as Om Mani Padme Hum, a mantra associated with compassion, or the various seed syllables, bijas, used in tantric practices. Incantations, on the other hand, are intention-driven statements or affirmations, carefully crafted to articulate specific desires or intentions, like a personal affirmation for healing or a declaration of self-empowerment. Could these be keys to unlock different aspects of our subconscious, and how might these keys be used to open a doorway to new possibilities? From the Gnostic tradition, one might consider the repeated invocations of divine names or the rhythmic recitation of passages from texts like the Apocryphon of John as a form of mantra or incantation designed to awaken inner gnosis. Consider that the Demiurge, as a programmer of our reality, might have subtly implanted limiting beliefs and negative thought patterns into our subconscious minds. But we can use mantras and incantations to rewrite this code, to overwrite the old programming with new, empowering beliefs. Imagine your mind as a garden. Negative thoughts are weeds that choke the flowers of potential, while mantras and incantations are seeds that, when diligently cultivated, can blossom into a vibrant landscape of abundance and well-being. This shows that the spoken word is a counter to the Demiurge's programming, an act of reclaiming our creative power and shaping our inner world in alignment with our highest aspirations. Can the daily, habitual spoken affirmation be one of the simplest tools to resist the Demiurge? However, it is not enough to simply repeat words mechanically, because the importance of intention and emotional resonance cannot be overstated. A mantra or incantation recited without genuine feeling is like a seed sown in barren soil, unlikely to take root and flourish. We must imbue our words with sincere intention, with a deep emotional connection to the desired outcome. Visualize the outcome as you chant or recite, feel the emotions associated with its realization, and allow the power of your intention to amplify the transformative potential of the spoken word. But what if our intentions are not aligned with our highest good, and how can we ensure that our mantras and incantations are not inadvertently serving the Demiurge's agenda? As we continue our exploration, we will discuss how to create personalized mantras and incantations that resonate with our own unique needs and desires, and how to harness the power of the spoken word to manifest our deepest dreams. But before we get there, let us consider another powerful technique for shaping our desired reality: which is creative visualization. LXXVII. Creative visualization, shaping our desired reality. If words can shape reality, then perhaps images can, too. Creative visualization, another powerful technique, is more than just daydreaming, serving as a method for consciously shaping our desired reality by aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions with our goals. But how can the mental images we create in our minds influence the world around us? And can this practice truly help us override the limiting influences that the Demiurge may impose? The process of visualization hinges on the understanding that our subconscious mind cannot easily distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and actual events. Thus, forming mental images of our desired outcomes can profoundly influence our subconscious mind, attracting favorable circumstances, activating our innate creativity, and creating self-fulfilling prophecies. Imagine, for example, an athlete visualizing themselves crossing the finish line, feeling the surge of adrenaline, and hearing the roar of the crowd. By repeatedly simulating this experience in their mind, they are not only enhancing their confidence and motivation, but also priming their nervous system for success. What if we could apply this same principle to every area of our lives, creating a positive feedback loop that propels us towards our goals? We can connect the process to the Demiurge theory by understanding that we can use visualization to create realities that align with our true potential, that through simulating preferred outcomes, we can override the Demiurge's limiting influence and manifest a world that reflects our highest aspirations. Envision a world of peace, abundance, and harmony, where all beings are treated with respect and compassion. By holding this vision in our minds, we are actively co-creating a new reality, challenging the Demiurge's grip on our collective consciousness and planting the seeds of a more enlightened future. But how can we ensure that our visualizations are not simply ego-driven fantasies, and how can we align our desires with the greater good? Effective visualization is more than just passively watching mental images. It requires active engagement and multi-sensory immersion. Creating vivid images, engaging multiple senses, and focusing on the emotions associated with the desired outcome are essential for making our visualizations more potent. Imagine yourself not just seeing your desired outcome, but also feeling it, smelling it, tasting it, and hearing it. Engage all of your senses to create a rich, immersive experience that convinces your subconscious mind that your desired reality is already here. But if visualization is so powerful, why aren't we all living our dream lives, and what obstacles might prevent us from manifesting our desires? Releasing attachment to the outcome, trusting that the universe will provide in its own way and in its own time, is crucial. We must surrender our need to control every detail and allow the universe to orchestrate the events in alignment with our highest good. This highlights the tension between conscious effort and allowing releasing, for we must actively engage in the process of visualization, while simultaneously trusting that the universe will deliver our desires in its own way and in its own time. The struggle is knowing when to actively engage in the world and when to wait and see. But how can we reconcile the apparent contradiction between actively shaping our reality and surrendering to the divine will? And how can we be sure that our desires are aligned with the highest good? Consider, for instance, visualizing a successful business venture, a healthy relationship, or a state of inner peace, and by repeatedly immersing ourselves in these positive visions, we are not only attracting favorable circumstances, but also transforming our own inner landscape, cultivating the qualities and attributes that will enable us to manifest our desires. What if we also visualized the failure of the Demiurge? What if we imagined its influence was removed from our world? What new possibilities might arise, and what might be the cost of these new possibilities? LXXIX. The practice of gratitude, shifting our focus, yet another potent tool lies within our reach. What if the key to counteracting the Demiurge's negative influence was as simple as appreciating what we already have? The simple practice of gratitude is a powerful tool for shifting our focus away from lack and limitation and towards abundance and possibility. How can something so simple have a profound impact on our perception of reality and our ability to transcend the Demiurge's limitations? Gratitude can rewire the brain, increasing levels of happiness, optimism, and resilience. Scientific findings increasingly support this, with studies showing that gratitude practices can boost the production of dopamine and serotonin, neurotransmitters associated with pleasure and well-being. This phenomenon is not merely a fleeting emotional experience, but a tangible neurological shift that can reshape our perceptions, enhance our relationships, and improve our overall quality of life. But what if our gratitude is misplaced, and how can we ensure that we are not inadvertently thanking the Demiurge for our blessings? The importance of gratitude can help us to appreciate the good things in our lives, even amidst challenges and difficulties, creating a more positive and resilient mindset, and allowing us to see the world through a lens of abundance rather than scarcity. Imagine finding joy in the simple things, like a warm cup of tea, a beautiful sunset, or the laughter of a loved one. These small moments of appreciation can create a ripple effect, transforming our entire outlook and filling our lives with a sense of contentment and fulfillment. But how can we cultivate gratitude in the face of adversity, and how can we remain thankful even when life throws us curveballs? The Demiurge theory suggests that gratitude can help us to see the world as a place of abundance and opportunity, rather than a prison of scarcity and limitation. Connecting gratitude to Sophia's influence, we might imagine her divine wisdom as the source of all goodness and abundance, and by expressing our gratitude, we are aligning ourselves with her benevolent energy, opening ourselves to receive even more blessings. Sophia helps us avoid the trap that the Demiurge has laid. Could it be that gratitude is not just a passive emotion, but an active force that can shape our reality? To cultivate gratitude, consider keeping a gratitude journal, writing thank you notes, or simply taking time each day to appreciate the blessings in your lives. There are countless ways to integrate gratitude into our daily routines. Experiment with different practices and find what resonates most deeply with you. Perhaps start a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day, or take a moment each morning to express your appreciation for the gift of life. The key is to make gratitude a conscious and consistent practice until it becomes a natural and effortless part of our daily existence. But how can we be sure that our gratitude is genuine, and how can we avoid falling into the trap of superficial thankfulness? LXXX. Nature connection. Reconnecting with the source, yet beyond the practices of our minds. Are there other pathways to transcend the limitations of the Demiurge? And what if the answer lies in reconnecting with the natural world? Spending time in nature offers a way to reconnect with our true selves and to bypass the artificial constructs of the Demiurge's reality. But how can simply being in nature have such a profound impact on our well-being? And what is it about the natural world that allows us to transcend the limitations of our everyday existence? Nature can soothe our minds, heal our bodies, and awaken our spirits, providing a sense of connection to something larger than ourselves, and offering a refuge from the stresses and distractions of modern life. Consider the feeling of standing beneath a canopy of trees, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the sound of birdsong filling the air. In that moment, we are transported to a place of peace and tranquility, a place where our worries fade away and we feel connected to the very source of life. But how can we access this transformative power of nature, and how can we make nature connection a regular part of our lives? Spending time in natural settings can demonstrably reduce stress, improve mood, and boost creativity, enhancing our overall well-being and fostering a sense of vitality and resilience. Science increasingly supports this, with studies showing that exposure to nature can lower cortisol levels, reduce blood pressure, and enhance immune function. This is not merely a psychological effect, but a physiological response that demonstrates the profound impact of nature on our bodies and minds. But what if our connection to nature has been severed, and how can we reclaim our innate affinity for the natural world? Nature has powerful forces that affect one's spirituality, with shamanism recognizing the power of nature and the ability to harness those forces. Practices like forest bathing or Shinrin-yoku, a Japanese practice of immersing oneself in the atmosphere of the forest, hiking through mountain trails, camping beneath the stars, or simply tending to a garden, can be powerful ways to reconnect with nature and to awaken our innate spiritual connection. But how can we discern between the genuine power of nature and the deceptive allure of artificial environments, and how can we avoid mistaking synthetic experiences for authentic connection? Earthing, also known as grounding, involves direct contact with the Earth's electrons, often through walking barefoot on grass or sand, can have remarkable effects on our health and well-being. Imagine the feeling of your bare feet connecting with the cool earth, the flow of electrons entering your body, neutralizing free radicals, and reducing inflammation. This simple act of reconnection can have profound benefits for our physical and mental health, reminding us that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of it. But what if our access to nature is limited, and how can we maintain our connection to the natural world in urban environments? LXXXI, conscious consumption, discernment in the marketplace. If nature can be a pathway to liberation, what about the systems of exchange that dominate modern life? Conscious consumption offers a way to resist the Demiurge's influence in the marketplace, making more mindful and ethical choices about what we buy and how we spend our money. Can our purchasing decisions really have an impact on the larger forces at play in the world? And how can we become more discerning consumers in a society driven by consumerism? Conscious consumption involves being aware of the social and environmental impact of our purchasing decisions, supporting businesses that align with our values, and reducing our overall consumption. Thus, it is about making informed choices that reflect our commitment to a more just and sustainable world. Statistics show that the fashion industry alone is responsible for 10% of global carbon emissions and is a major source of water pollution. By choosing to buy less clothing, supporting ethical brands, and opting for sustainable materials, we can reduce our environmental footprint and promote more responsible practices. But how can we navigate the complexities of the marketplace? And how can we distinguish between truly ethical businesses and those that simply engage in greenwashing? Consumerism can be seen as a tool to distract us from our true purpose, a method to harvest louche that we discussed previously, with the Demiurge using consumerism to keep us trapped in a cycle of desire, acquisition, and dissatisfaction, feeding off our energy and preventing us from realizing our full potential. Imagine the constant bombardment of advertisements, enticing us with promises of happiness, success, and fulfillment, if only we buy the latest products. It has become a trap that keeps us constantly striving for something more, never truly content with what we have. How can we break free from this cycle, and how can we reclaim our power as consumers? Consider buying local, supporting ethical brands, reducing waste, and questioning the marketing messages that bombard us. These are practical tips for conscious consumption, helping us to make more informed and responsible choices and becoming more discerning consumers. Before making a purchase, ask yourself, do I really need this? What is the environmental and social impact of this product? Are there more sustainable or ethical alternatives? By asking these questions, we can begin to shift our mindset and make choices that align with our values. But is conscious consumerism truly accessible to everyone? And what about those who cannot afford to make ethical choices? However, it's important to address that conscious consumerism can also be difficult and expensive due to pricing or logistics, but it is not about achieving perfection. It is about making progress, one conscious choice at a time. Even small changes, like bringing your own reusable bags to the grocery store or choosing to buy second-hand clothing, can make a difference. The tension lies in acknowledging the limitations of conscious consumerism while still striving to make more ethical and sustainable choices whenever possible. As we continue our journey, it's also important to acknowledge that our impact can also come from action with others, which requires action with others. LXXXII. Collective action. Creating a new reality together. What if transcending the Demiurge's influence is not solely an individual endeavor, but also requires collective action and collaboration? Building upon the discussion of community from previous segments, we must understand that working together with like-minded individuals can amplify our efforts, creating a more positive and sustainable world for all. How can we move beyond individual practices and unite our efforts to challenge the Demiurge's influence on a larger scale? Working together can amplify our efforts, creating a more positive and sustainable world for all, with collective action offering the potential to challenge oppressive systems, advocate for ethical policies, and promote social justice on a global scale. Imagine a world where people from all walks of life are united in a common cause, working together to create a more just and equitable society. What a powerful thing that would be! How can we foster a sense of collective responsibility and inspire others to join our efforts? Connecting collective action to the Gnostic concept of spiritual liberation, we might view collective action as one way of achieving the goal of liberation, contributing to the creation of a more enlightened and compassionate world, where all beings are free to realize their full potential. By challenging oppressive systems, advocating for ethical policies, and promoting social justice, we are creating a society that is more conducive to spiritual growth and liberation. This helps us to understand that collective action is not just about changing the world around us, but also about transforming ourselves in the process. Collective action gives us the chance to become more compassionate, more empathetic, and more connected to others. But how can we ensure that our collective action is truly aligned with the greater good, and how can we avoid falling into the trap of groupthink or ideological extremism? Joining community groups, volunteering your time, or using social media to raise awareness about important issues are some ways to contribute to collective action. Find a cause that resonates with you and get involved. Attend meetings, write letters to your elected officials, participate in peaceful protests, or simply spread awareness on social media. Every action, no matter how small, can make a difference. But how can we stay motivated and engaged in the face of setbacks and challenges, and how can we maintain our sense of hope and optimism in a world that often seems bleak? As we move forward, we must see that the study of collective action is closely tied to the study of Lucifer and Ahriman, two powerful figures in esoteric traditions, representing opposing forces that shape our world. However, understanding these forces and how they interact can provide valuable insights into the dynamics of collective action and how we can harness its power to create a more positive future. Can we truly transcend the Demiurge's influence without understanding the forces of Lucifer and Ahriman, and what secrets might they reveal about the path to spiritual liberation? LXXXII. Archetypes, unveiling universal patterns. What if the very patterns of behavior, thought, and experience that we consider uniquely our own are, in fact, universal blueprints subtly shaping our lives? Archetypes, those universal patterns of behavior, thought, and experience, can be viewed as both the building blocks of our psyche and potential tools used by the Demiurge to limit or control our potential. And what role might these play in the simulation that we find ourselves? But how can these inherited predispositions, as described by Carl Jung, influence our understanding of the world, and can recognizing them truly help us break free from their unconscious influence? Carl Jung posited that archetypes are inherited predispositions that shape our understanding of the world, residing within the collective unconscious, acting as universal patterns that influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. The shadow, representing our repressed or denied aspects. The anima animus, embodying the contrasexual aspects within us. And the self, symbolizing wholeness and integration. Each of these archetypes can play into a demiurge-influenced perspective, subtly guiding us towards certain beliefs, behaviors, and ultimately, a limited experience of reality. But how might these archetypes be manipulated to keep us confined within the demiurge's perceived reality? Take, for instance, the hero archetype, a deeply ingrained pattern that resonates with our innate desire for triumph over adversity. But this archetype can also be used to manipulate individuals into supporting specific causes or ideologies, regardless of their true merits. Consider how political leaders often portray themselves as heroes fighting against some external threat, rallying support for policies that may ultimately serve their own interests. Similarly, the Dark Knight archetype, popularized in modern media, can be used to justify authoritarian control, suggesting that only a ruthless leader can maintain order in a chaotic world. The question becomes, are we truly choosing to support these causes and leaders, or are we simply acting out a pre-programmed script dictated by the demiurge through the manipulation of our archetypal predispositions? And what happens when we allow these to play out without inspection? However, recognizing archetypes in ourselves and others can be one of the most powerful keys for helping us break free from their unconscious influence. By becoming aware of these universal patterns, we can begin to question their validity, challenge their influence, and ultimately reclaim our autonomy. What if we actively seek to understand the shadow, integrating our repressed aspects rather than allowing them to control us from the unconscious? What if we consciously cultivate the anima animus, embracing the fullness of our being rather than conforming to rigid gender roles? By engaging in these practices, we are actively disrupting the demiurge's control and paving the way for a more authentic and liberated existence. Yet even as we seek to understand and transcend these archetypes, we must remember that they are not inherently negative. They are simply patterns, predispositions, blueprints. But what if we could recognize the patterns and transcend them? The challenge is not to eliminate archetypes, but to become conscious of their influence and to consciously choose how we respond to them. But how do we tap into that wisdom, and how can we use it to find our own path? LXXXIV. The collective unconscious. Tapping into universal wisdom. If archetypes are the building blocks of the psyche, then what lies beneath them, and can it serve as a pathway to liberation? The collective unconscious, that vast reservoir of shared human experience, can be framed as a source of universal wisdom and creativity, a boundless ocean of knowledge that can help us transcend the demiurge's potential influence. But how can we access this hidden realm of consciousness, and what treasures might we find within its depths? As described by Jung, the collective unconscious is a shared reservoir of human experience, containing archetypes, symbols, and instincts that are common to all humanity. It is the repository of ancestral knowledge, the accumulated wisdom of countless generations, and a source of infinite creativity and inspiration. Consider the recurring themes and motifs that appear in myths, legends, and fairy tales across cultures. The hero's journey, the wise old man, the shadow figure. These are not simply cultural constructs, but manifestations of universal archetypes that resonate with our deepest selves. Is it possible that the demiurge is trying to close off our access to this wellspring of wisdom, keeping us confined within a limited and artificial reality? And what would happen if we could open the floodgates? Practices like dream analysis, meditation, and creative expression can help us to access the collective unconscious and tap into its vast potential. Dream analysis, for example, can reveal hidden symbols and messages from our unconscious mind, providing insights into our deepest fears, desires, and motivations. Meditation can quiet the noise of the ego, allowing us to connect with a deeper sense of self and to access the intuitive wisdom of the collective unconscious. And creative expression, whether through art, music, writing, or dance, can serve as a conduit for channeling the archetypal energies that reside within us all. But how can we distinguish between genuine insights from the collective unconscious and deceptive illusions planted by the Demiurge? And how can we ensure that our exploration of this realm is guided by wisdom and discernment? This is where the Gnostic concept of gnosis, or direct, experiential knowledge of the divine, becomes relevant, suggesting that the collective unconscious is not merely a source of psychological insights, but a gateway to spiritual liberation. By accessing the hidden knowledge within the collective unconscious, we can begin to awaken to our true nature, to recognize our connection to the divine, and to transcend the limitations of the Demiurge's reality. But what if the Demiurge is aware of this potential and is actively trying to prevent us from accessing this knowledge? In his book Synchronicity, Jung explores the phenomenon of meaningful coincidences, events that seem to defy the laws of causality and to point towards a deeper underlying order. Could these synchronicities be glimpses of the collective unconscious breaking through into our conscious awareness, or are they simply random occurrences with no real significance? And what role might the Demiurge play in orchestrating or manipulating these synchronicities? These are questions that we must consider as we continue our exploration of the Demiurge theory. As we continue, we must ask ourselves, could synchronicity be a pathway to transcendence or a tool of manipulation? LXXXV. Synchronicity, meaningful coincidences, or divine guidance. What if the seemingly random coincidences that punctuate our lives are not so random after all, and could those be breadcrumbs? Synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that provide guidance and validation on our spiritual path, may be more than just random occurrences, perhaps signs of a deeper connection to the universe. But are these synchronicities genuine disruptions in the Demiurge's matrix, or are they cleverly manipulated by the Demiurge to keep us on a certain path, and how can we tell the difference? Jung defined synchronicity as the simultaneous occurrence of two or more causally unrelated events that have a meaningful connection. This suggests that there is a deeper underlying order to the universe, a network of interconnectedness that transcends the limitations of our everyday perception. Imagine thinking of an old friend and then receiving a phone call from them moments later, or dreaming of a specific symbol and then encountering it in a book the next day. These synchronicities can feel like a wink from the universe, a confirmation that we are on the right track. However, the question remains, are these synchronicities genuine glimpses of a deeper reality, or are they cleverly manipulated by the Demiurge to keep us on a certain path? Perhaps the Demiurge is orchestrating these coincidences to reinforce our beliefs, to validate our choices, and to prevent us from questioning the nature of our reality. Imagine being constantly bombarded with synchronicities that confirm your existing worldview, preventing you from considering alternative perspectives or challenging your assumptions. This is something that we must all be on the lookout for. How can we discern between genuine synchronicities that guide us towards truth and deceptive synchronicities that reinforce our illusions? Perhaps synchronicities occur naturally through the interactions of opposing forces, like Ahriman and Lucifer. One pulls us towards limitation and control, while the other pushes us towards freedom and expansion. These forces could create a dynamic interplay of events that manifest as meaningful coincidences, guiding us towards our own unique destiny. But how do we interpret these synchronicities, and how do we ensure that we are not misinterpreting their meaning? Consider keeping a synchronicity journal, documenting meaningful coincidences and reflecting on their potential meaning, as this can be a powerful tool for developing our intuition and discerning the true significance of these events. When a synchronicity occurs, write down the details of the event, the thoughts and emotions you were experiencing at the time, and any potential symbolic meanings that come to mind. Over time, you may begin to notice patterns and themes emerging, providing valuable insights into your own life path and your connection to the universe. But could even the act of documenting synchronicities be influenced by the Demiurge, subtly shaping our perceptions and reinforcing our beliefs. And what other forces are at play? LXXXVI, the observer effect, shaping reality through consciousness. What if the act of simply observing something changes it? The observer effect from quantum physics suggests that our consciousness plays a role in shaping the reality we experience, raising profound questions about the nature of reality and the potential influence of the demiurge. But how can the act of observation alter the behavior of a quantum system, and what implications does this have for our understanding of the universe? The observer effect demonstrates that the act of observing a quantum system can change its behavior, as demonstrated in the famous double-slit experiment, where electrons behave as waves when not observed, but collapse into particles when observed. This challenges the traditional view of reality as objective and independent of our consciousness, suggesting that our minds may have a more active role in shaping the world around us. Imagine that our very thoughts and beliefs are influencing the fabric of reality, subtly shaping the events and circumstances that we experience. How might the demiurge utilize this principle to maintain its control? Connecting this to the demiurge theory, we must ask, is the demiurge also an observer, shaping reality through its intentions and beliefs? And is the demiurge itself being observed by some higher power, influencing its actions and intentions? If consciousness plays a role in shaping reality, then the demiurge, as a powerful consciousness, could be actively shaping the world according to its own limited perspective. Imagine the demiurge projecting its beliefs and desires onto the fabric of reality, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy that reinforces its own power. And if the demiurge is being observed, then perhaps we, as conscious beings, have the power to influence its actions and intentions. This also opens up the door to further exploration, as we are just scratching the surface of understanding the connections between quantum physics, consciousness, and the nature of reality, and we plan on creating future content that will delve deeper into these topics, exploring the cutting-edge research and the profound implications for our understanding of the universe. Imagine a future where we can harness the power of consciousness to create a more positive and sustainable world, transcending the limitations of the demiurge's reality. How close might we be to unlocking this power? As conscious beings, we must recognize the ethical implications of the observer effect, and that our thoughts, beliefs, and intentions have the power to shape the reality we experience, so we should act responsibly and consciously, aligning our actions with our highest values and contributing to the creation of a more just and compassionate world. Can we truly understand the nature of reality without understanding the observer effect? And what other secrets might quantum physics reveal about the demiurge and its influence? As we continue our journey, consider this. If our thoughts shape reality, what are we creating? LXXXVII, the Mandela effect, glitches in the matrix or shifting realities. What if our memories are not as reliable as we think? And what if large groups of people share false memories? The Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people share false memories, may be evidence of a shifting or manipulated reality, raising unsettling questions about the nature of our perceptions and the potential influence of the demiurge. But are these shared false memories simply the result of memory errors, or are they evidence of something more sinister at play, and how can we know for sure? Consider the example of Thebes, Renstein bears versus the Berenstain bears, where many people vividly remember the name being spelled Berenstain, while the actual name is Berenstain. Or the exact quote from Star Wars, where many recall Darth Vader saying, "No, Luke, I am your father," while the actual quote is, "No, I am your father." These are not isolated incidents, but examples of a widespread phenomenon that has puzzled and intrigued many. Imagine discovering that a cherished memory is not what you thought it was, that the reality you have always known has subtly shifted. Would that make you question everything? There are different interpretations of the Mandela effect, and while some dismiss it as simply memory errors or the result of suggestion, Others believe it to be evidence of parallel universes or deliberate manipulation. So what could be behind it? Perhaps our memories are not fixed and immutable, but fluid and malleable, susceptible to influence from external sources, and that, like the Mandela effect, there is a change in our memories, which also changes our realities, as well as our perception. What if the Demiurge is intentionally altering our memories, subtly shifting our perceptions of reality to keep us confined within its control? Or perhaps these are simply glitches in the system, accidental disruptions in the fabric of reality that reveal the artificial nature of our world. Connecting this to Jung's archetypes, we might speculate that shared false memories are rooted in the collective unconscious, and in how those archetypes are interpreted. Perhaps the Demiurge is manipulating these archetypes, subtly altering their expression in our minds, leading to widespread memory distortions. Imagine the archetypes of the hero, the villain, the mother, and the father all being subtly twisted, leading to a distorted perception of reality that benefits the Demiurge. The question then becomes, are our archetypes being manipulated without our knowledge, and how can we protect ourselves from this influence? However, before we accept this explanation, we must also consider the possibility that the Mandela effect is simply a result of flawed human memory, and that our brains are not perfect recording devices, but rather reconstructive systems that are prone to errors and distortions. Memory is not like a tape recorder. Is that what the controllers want us to think? As we continue to explore this phenomenon, what happens when we start questioning everything? LXXXVII. Time loops. Are we trapped in cyclical patterns? What if our lives are not a linear progression, but a series of repeating cycles? The concept of time loops suggests that we may be trapped in repetitive cycles of behavior and experience, constantly reliving the same patterns, reinforcing the Demiurge's control. But how can we break free from these cyclical patterns and transcend the limitations of our past, and what role might authentic living play in this process? From a psychological perspective, time loops can manifest as recurring patterns of behavior, relationship dynamics, and career choices that keep us stuck in familiar but ultimately unsatisfying situations. Imagine constantly attracting the same type of romantic partner, repeating the same mistakes in your career, or engaging in self-destructive behaviors despite your best intentions. These patterns can feel like a prison, trapping us in a cycle of repetition and preventing us from moving forward. Could this be a sign that the Demiurge is keeping us confined within its control, preventing us from realizing our full potential? Practices like mindfulness, journaling, and seeking therapy can help us to identify and break free from these cyclical patterns, as these practices can bring awareness to our unconscious behaviors and thought patterns, allowing us to make conscious choices that break the cycle. And that therapy can provide us with the tools and support we need to heal from past traumas and develop healthier coping mechanisms. But is it possible that even these practices can be co-opted by the Demiurge, subtly shaping our perceptions and reinforcing our limitations? And how can we ensure that our pursuit of self-improvement is not simply another form of self-deception? Perhaps the repetition is part of a much larger cycle that must take place, and that as beings who value free will, we can take control of our lives by making conscious decisions, and that while our memories may be altered, the actions that we take are still of our own volition. This perspective offers an alternative interpretation of time loops, suggesting that they are not necessarily a form of control, but rather a natural part of the universe's unfolding. Imagine that our lives are like a spiral, constantly circling back to the same themes and challenges, but each time we revisit them, we have the opportunity to learn, grow, and evolve. How might this perspective shift our understanding of the Demiurge theory, and what new possibilities might it reveal? As we seek to break free from these patterns, we might consider connecting back to authentic living and what that might mean for our lives. Authenticity, which involves aligning our thoughts, feelings, and actions with our true values and desires, can be a powerful way to disrupt the cyclical patterns of the Demiurge. This means living in accordance with our own unique purpose, rather than conforming to the expectations of society or the dictates of the Demiurge. How can we embrace our true selves and break free from the repetitive cycles of the past? Is the key to breaking free from these time loops as simple as living an authentic life. However, this may just be one cog in a very large machine. LXXXIII. The Demiurge in art. Reflecting cosmic discord. What if art is not merely a reflection of reality, but a mirror reflecting the cosmic discord sown by the Demiurge's limited perception? And could those works of art be a key to understanding its influence on humanity? Throughout history, artists have served as conduits for exploring the esoteric, often intuitively capturing the subtle yet pervasive influence of forces beyond our immediate grasp. Can we, by examining examples in art, gain a deeper understanding of the Demiurge's effects on both our individual lives and the collective human experience? Or are we simply projecting our own biases onto these artistic expressions? Consider the works of the Gnostic-inspired artists, whose paintings, sculptures, and literary pieces are replete with raw human emotion, and can these be a window into the Demiurge's prison? The tortured figures of William Blake, for instance, seem to writhe in a cosmic struggle, their faces etched with anguish and longing. Is this not a reflection of the soul's yearning to break free from the limitations imposed by the Demiurge's creation? Then what of the hauntingly beautiful, yet subtly unsettling, landscapes of Caspar David Friedrich, whose solitary figures seem dwarfed by the vastness of nature? Might these be allegories for the individual's struggle against the overwhelming power of the Demiurge's domain, or are they simply romanticized depictions of nature's sublime indifference? These artists, whether consciously or unconsciously, tapped into the deep well of human suffering, revealing the cracks and fissures in the perceived perfection of the created world. But what if these cracks are not signs of imperfection, but rather openings to a higher reality, glimpses of the divine spark struggling to break free from its material prison? The symbolism and allegorical components within these works of art often mirror the concepts we have touched upon in prior segments, perhaps. The recurring motif of the serpent, for instance, can be interpreted as the Demiurge itself, a symbol of the limiting and deceptive force that binds humanity to the material realm. The use of light and shadow, a classic artistic technique, may represent the struggle between gnosis and ignorance, the battle between the divine spark and the Demiurge's darkness. The fragmented or distorted figures that appear in many of these works could symbolize the broken and incomplete nature of the Demiurge's creation, a world that is but a pale imitation of the true reality. But what if these symbols are not meant to be interpreted literally, but rather as metaphors for the inner struggles of the human psyche, the battle between our higher and lower selves? Or is that a convenient interpretation? What then of modern art, and can we discern the influence of the Demiurge in its seemingly chaotic and unstructured forms? Abstract art, with its geometric patterns and fragmented shapes, might be seen as a reflection of the rigid structure and inherent chaos that coexist within the Demiurge's creation. The cold, sterile lines of minimalist architecture could represent the Demiurge's desire for control and order, a world devoid of spontaneity and creativity. The jarring dissonance of certain musical compositions might echo the disharmony and suffering that permeate the Demiurge's realm. But is it possible that these artistic expressions are not simply reflections of the Demiurge's influence, but also attempts to subvert it, to challenge its power through the creation of something new and unexpected? LXXXIV. The Demiurge in music. Sound as a frequency barrier. What if the very music we listen to, the frequencies that resonate within us, could either reinforce or dismantle the Demiurge's influence? And what sonic keys might unlock our liberation? Music, with its profound ability to affect our emotions, thoughts, and even our physical bodies, can be a powerful tool for both control and liberation. Can specific sound frequencies and musical keys help us achieve transcendence, or are we simply projecting our own desires onto these sonic vibrations? The Demiurge, according to some interpretations, may utilize certain musical scales or sounds to reinforce limiting beliefs or to suppress emotional expression, but how would we know? The use of specific musical keys to generate fear or anxiety is well documented, though often unconsciously. The minor keys, with their melancholic and somber tones, can evoke feelings of sadness, loneliness, and despair. Certain dissonant chords and atonal compositions can create a sense of unease and disorientation. Perhaps the Demiurge is subtly manipulating these musical elements to keep us in a state of emotional vulnerability, preventing us from accessing our inner strength and resilience. But is it possible that these musical elements can also be used for healing and transformation, to release repressed emotions and to connect with our deepest selves? Or is the Demiurge playing both sides? This brings us to the concept of binaural beats, a fascinating phenomenon that can be used to alter brainwave states and access deeper levels of consciousness. But how does it work? Binaural beats are created when two slightly different frequencies are played in each ear simultaneously. The brain then perceives a third frequency, which is the difference between the two original frequencies. This difference frequency can then be used to entrain the brain to specific brainwave states, such as alpha, theta, or delta, each of which is associated with different states of consciousness. Alpha waves, for instance, are associated with relaxation and creativity, while theta waves are associated with meditation and intuition. By listening to binaural beats, we can potentially bypass the ego and access deeper levels of awareness, opening ourselves up to new insights and possibilities. But can the Demiurge also manipulate binaural beats, subtly altering our brainwave states to reinforce its control, and how would we know the difference? Mantras, chanting, and sacred music in different spiritual traditions can be a powerful way to bypass the ego and connect with the divine. Yet could these be another tool of the Demiurge? The repetitive sounds and rhythmic vibrations of these practices can help to quiet the mind, dissolve mental chatter, and create a sense of unity and connection. Scientific studies have shown that chanting can reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and increase feelings of well-being. But can these practices also be used to manipulate our emotions, to instill blind faith, and to prevent us from questioning authority? And how does this play into the idea of gnosis, LXXXV? The Demiurge in architecture, building prisons of the mind. What if the buildings we inhabit, the spaces we move through every day, are not merely functional structures, but subtle instruments of control, reinforcing feelings of limitation, control, or oppression, and can recognizing this liberate us? Architecture, as a powerful expression of human intention and design, can profoundly impact our emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. Can certain architectural styles create a sense of awe and powerlessness, reinforcing the authority of those in control, or are we simply projecting our own anxieties onto these inanimate structures? Consider the use of towering skyscrapers or imposing government buildings as a way to create a sense of awe and powerlessness, which may reinforce the authority of those in control. But who is controlling whom? The sheer scale and grandeur of these structures can dwarf the individual, creating a feeling of insignificance and dependence. The rigid symmetry and repetitive patterns can stifle creativity and spontaneity. The use of cold, impersonal materials like steel and concrete can evoke a sense of alienation and detachment. But is it possible that these architectural choices are simply practical considerations, driven by economic factors and technological limitations, or is there something more insidious at play? And if this is true, how do we counteract these structures? In contrast to this, consider the use of open, natural spaces in architecture as a way to promote feelings of freedom, connection, and creativity. But is this enough to counteract the systems of control? The flowing lines and organic shapes can evoke a sense of harmony and balance. The use of natural materials like wood and stone can create a feeling of warmth and connection to the earth. The integration of natural light and ventilation can enhance our sense of well-being and vitality. Frank Lloyd Wright's falling water, for instance, seamlessly blends the built environment with the natural world, creating a sense of unity and interconnectedness. But is it possible that even these seemingly liberating designs can be subtly manipulated to control our behavior, to guide our movements, and to shape our perceptions? Is there a more natural integration? Concepts like Vastu Shastra, an ancient Indian system of architecture, and Feng Shui, a Chinese system of aesthetics, offer alternative ways of creating harmonious and balanced living spaces. Yet are these truly liberating, or just a different form of control? Vastu Shastra emphasizes the importance of aligning buildings with the cardinal directions and the natural energies of the earth. Feng Shui focuses on the flow of energy, or Kai, within a space, and how it affects our health, wealth, and relationships. By applying these principles, we can create homes and workplaces that are supportive, nourishing, and conducive to our well-being. But can these systems also be used to reinforce cultural norms, to perpetuate social hierarchies, and to limit our individual expression? And what happens when we start to question the system? Architectural designs can also represent or incorporate sacred geometry, and is that a trap? Specific geometric shapes, such as the circle, the square, and the triangle, have been used throughout history to create a sense of harmony, balance, and spiritual connection. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, is based on the principles of the golden ratio, a mathematical proportion that is found throughout nature. Gothic cathedrals often incorporate intricate geometric patterns in their stained glass windows and vaulted ceilings, creating a sense of awe and reverence. But can these geometric shapes also be used to manipulate our perceptions, to create illusions of grandeur, and to instill a sense of submission to higher powers? And do we even recognize these designs in our day-to-day life? LXXXVI. The demiurge in social structures, reinforcing limitation. What if the very social structures we rely on, the systems that govern our lives, are subtly designed to reinforce limitation and maintain control? And how can we discern the difference between necessary order and insidious manipulation? Social structures, including governments, economic systems, and social norms, can profoundly influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. But how can these systems help control people into creating or influencing decisions, or is that simply the nature of organized society? Governments, with their power to create laws, enforce regulations, and control information, can be powerful instruments of control. Economic systems, with their emphasis on competition, accumulation, and material wealth, can create a sense of scarcity and insecurity. Social norms, with their unspoken rules and expectations, can stifle individuality and creativity. But are these systems inherently malevolent, or are they simply the inevitable consequences of human nature and the complexities of social organization? And how can we create a more just and equitable society without falling prey to the demiurge's manipulations? Or is this just how society should be? Connecting this back to our previous points, such as architecture, arts, or music, can we see how these elements combine to create a cohesive system of control, or are we simply seeing patterns where none exist? The towering skyscrapers and imposing government buildings can reinforce the authority of those in power. The mass media can disseminate propaganda and manipulate public opinion. The education system can indoctrinate children with specific ideologies. The entertainment industry can distract us from the real problems facing our world. But are we simply passive recipients of these influences, or do we have the power to resist, to question, and to create our own reality? And if we have the power, do we have a real choice in the end? As we consider this idea of social structures, are we simply products of our decisions? This brings us back to Lucifer and Ahriman, and how these archetypes can coincide with social structures. But how? Lucifer, the bringer of light and knowledge, can be seen as a symbol of rebellion against the established order, a force that challenges authority and encourages individual expression. Ahriman, the embodiment of darkness and destruction, can be seen as a force that seeks to maintain control, to suppress dissent, and to perpetuate ignorance. These archetypes, when manifested in social structures, can create a dynamic tension, a constant struggle between freedom and control, knowledge and ignorance, creation and destruction. But what happens when one archetype dominates the other, and is there even a balance to be had? LXXXVII. The Demiurge in storytelling. Shaping narratives and archetypes. What if the stories we tell ourselves, the narratives that shape our understanding of the world, are subtly manipulated by the Demiurge to keep us confined within its perceived reality? And how can we discern the difference between genuine inspiration and insidious manipulation? Media and storytelling, as powerful tools for shaping our perceptions, can be used for both liberation and control. And which one is it? When we view information through an esoteric lens, and how do we interpret a story differently? Popular characters that have become archetypes, and how does this compare to previous discussions of archetypes? As the hero, the villain, the wise old man, and the damsel in distress are often used to reinforce specific values and beliefs. But how? These archetypes, when repeated across countless stories and media, can become deeply ingrained in our collective unconscious, shaping our expectations, influencing our behaviors, and limiting our possibilities. The hero, for instance, is often portrayed as a strong, independent, and self-reliant individual who overcomes adversity through courage and determination. The villain is often portrayed as a power-hungry, deceitful, and ruthless individual who seeks to dominate and control others. But what if these archetypes are not as clear-cut as they seem, and what if the hero is not always right, and the villain is not always wrong? Is there a chance these characters are simply misunderstood? When we connect our real lives to these stories, what happens? If we identify too strongly with the hero archetype, we may become arrogant, self-righteous, and unwilling to compromise. If we identify too strongly with the villain archetype, we may become cynical, resentful, and destructive. The key is to recognize that these archetypes are simply patterns, not rigid identities, and that we have the power to choose how we respond to them. But can the Demiurge subtly manipulate these archetypes, shaping our perceptions and influencing our choices without our conscious awareness? And is this influence that hard to break? What components or narrative structures exist within a specific story? The hero's journey, for instance, is a common narrative structure that involves a protagonist leaving their ordinary world, facing a series of challenges, and returning transformed. This narrative structure can be empowering, inspiring us to overcome our own obstacles and to achieve our goals. But can it also be limiting, reinforcing the idea that we must always strive for external validation, that we must always conform to a specific path, and that we must always sacrifice our own desires for the greater good? Is the story always the same? LXXXVII. The Demiurge in our daily choices. Micro-decisions, macro-impact. What if the Demiurge's influence is not confined to grand narratives and sweeping social structures, but subtly permeates our everyday choices, shaping our reality one micro-decision at a time? And can we take steps to escape it? All the concepts we have discussed, from art and music to architecture and social structures, relate to how the Demiurge takes hold, and how do we become aware of this influence? The food we eat, the clothes we wear, the products we buy, the media we consume, all these choices can be influenced by the Demiurge's desire for control and limitation. The processed foods, laden with sugar and artificial ingredients, can dull our senses and cloud our minds. The mass-produced clothing, made in sweatshops under inhumane conditions, can perpetuate exploitation and injustice. The disposable products, designed to be quickly discarded, can contribute to environmental degradation and resource depletion. The sensationalistic media, designed to capture our attention and manipulate our emotions, can distract us from the real problems facing our world. But can we make conscious choices that resist these influences, that support sustainability, justice, and well-being? And how do we even start? Perhaps by challenging ourselves to take personal responsibility, which assists with the shadow, we may find a path to enlightenment. Taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, and actions is a crucial step in breaking free from the Demiurge's control. This means becoming aware of our unconscious biases, our limiting beliefs, and our self-destructive behaviors. This means confronting our shadow, the hidden aspects of our personality that we often repress or deny. This means embracing our imperfections, forgiving ourselves for our mistakes, and striving to become the best version of ourselves. But is it possible that even the act of self-improvement can be co-opted by the Demiurge, subtly shaping our perceptions and reinforcing our limitations? Or is that just more paranoia? The goal is to find gnosis by looking at each and every point, then choosing a path, and can this be achieved? Gnosis, as we have discussed, is the direct, experiential knowledge of the divine, the awakening to our true nature and our connection to the universe. This gnosis is not something that can be taught or learned from a book, but something that must be experienced directly through intuition, contemplation, and self-awareness. But how do we cultivate these qualities, and how do we discern between genuine gnosis and deceptive illusions, or are we chasing an unobtainable goal? Living an authentic life showcases a way around the Demiurge, and what does that look like? Authenticity, as we have touched upon previously, involves aligning our thoughts, feelings, and actions with our true values and desires. This means living in accordance with our own unique purpose, rather than conforming to the expectations of society or the dictates of the Demiurge. This means embracing our individuality, expressing our creativity, and following our hearts, wherever they may lead. But can we truly escape the influence of the Demiurge, or are we simply deluding ourselves with fantasies of freedom and autonomy? And what happens when we realize we may be wrong? LXXXIX. The Demiurge as storyteller. Shaping reality through narratives. What if the Demiurge is not just a flawed creator, but a master storyteller, subtly weaving narratives that confine us within its limited perception of reality? And could understanding this unlock our own narrative power? Stories, myths, and legends have always shaped human understanding, providing frameworks for interpreting experiences and guiding our actions. But what if these narratives, seemingly innocent on the surface, are subtly manipulated by the Demiurge to reinforce its control, to perpetuate limiting beliefs, and to prevent us from accessing our true potential? The Demiurge, in this context, acts as a cosmic screenwriter, crafting a script that dictates our roles, limits our choices, and ultimately keeps us trapped within its meticulously constructed play. The power of suggestion is a key tool in the Demiurge's narrative arsenal, subtly influencing our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors through carefully crafted messages. But how do we resist this influence? Whether it's the constant bombardment of advertisements that create artificial desires, the politically charged rhetoric that divides and polarizes society, or the self-help gurus that promise enlightenment through conformity, these narratives subtly shape our perceptions and limit our possibilities. These suggestions, repeated often enough, become deeply ingrained in our subconscious, shaping our beliefs about ourselves, our world, and our place within it. Consider how the constant portrayal of idealized body images in the media can lead to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt, or how the fear-mongering tactics used by politicians can manipulate our emotions and drive us to irrational actions. The Demiurge, through these subtle suggestions, effectively programs us to accept its limited version of reality, blinding us to the infinite possibilities that lie beyond its grasp. Jungian archetypes, those universal patterns of behavior and symbolism that reside in the collective unconscious, can also be subtly manipulated to reinforce the Demiurge's narratives, but can we reclaim them? The hero archetype, for instance, is often portrayed as a strong, independent, and self-reliant individual who overcomes adversity through courage and determination. The villain archetype is often portrayed as a power-hungry, deceitful, and ruthless individual who seeks to dominate and control others. But what if these archetypes are not as clear-cut as they seem, and what if the hero is not always right, and the villain is not always wrong? Consider the story of Darth Vader in Star Wars. Initially presented as the ultimate villain, he is later revealed to be a tragic figure, a victim of circumstance and manipulation, ultimately redeeming himself through sacrifice. Or what about the Joker? Is he the ultimate embodiment of chaos, or a mirror reflecting the absurdities and hypocrisies of a corrupt society? These complex characters challenge our preconceived notions of good and evil, forcing us to question the narratives that we have been taught to accept. Deconstructing and rewriting our own narratives is a crucial step in breaking free from the Demiurge's control. But how do we even begin? This involves becoming aware of the limiting beliefs and self-destructive patterns that have been ingrained in our subconscious, challenging the assumptions that we have taken for granted, and actively creating new stories that empower us to live authentically. This process often begins with self-reflection, introspection, and a willingness to confront our shadow selves, the hidden aspects of our personality that we often repress or deny. By acknowledging and integrating these shadow aspects, we can begin to heal the wounds of the past and to create a more complete and authentic sense of self. This aligns directly with the idea of living authentically, as we mentioned in previous segments, allowing us to find true gnosis. Consider the film The Matrix, a powerful allegory for the Demiurge's control and the potential for liberation. The Matrix itself represents the false reality created by the machines, a simulated world that keeps humanity enslaved and unaware of its true potential. The characters of Neo, Trinity, and Morpheus represent those who have awakened to the truth and are fighting to break free from the Matrix's control. The film's central message is that we all have the power to choose whether to accept the illusion or to embrace the often painful truth, which will then allow us to step out of this prison that the Demiurge has created. But is choosing the red pill always the right choice? And what happens when the truth is more complex and nuanced than we initially imagined? What role might artificial intelligence play in either reinforcing or disrupting these Demiurge-influenced narratives? And is AI itself susceptible to manipulation? On one hand, AI could be used to create even more sophisticated and persuasive forms of propaganda, further entrenching us within the Matrix-like illusion. Algorithms could be designed to target our vulnerabilities, exploit our biases, and manipulate our emotions with unprecedented precision. On the other hand, AI could also be used as a tool for deconstruction, helping us to identify and dismantle the limiting narratives that have been imposed upon us. AI-powered tools could analyze vast amounts of data, identify patterns of manipulation, and provide us with personalized insights into our own belief systems, but it may be too late at that point. But can AI be manipulated as well? XC. The mirror of relationships. Inner reflections, outer projections. What if our relationships are not simply sources of love, support, and connection, but also mirrors reflecting aspects of ourselves, both positive and negative, that the Demiurge seeks to exploit for its own purposes? And how can we recognize these distorted reflections? Relationships, with their complex dynamics, emotional intensities, and inherent vulnerabilities, can be fertile ground for manipulation, control, and the perpetuation of limiting beliefs. What we seek in our relationships can either be a reflection of our deepest desires for growth and connection, or a manifestation of the Demiurge's subtle influence, pushing us towards patterns of codependency, projection, and self-deception. Relationships often act as a lens, magnifying both the positive and negative aspects of our lives, showcasing truths about ourselves that we may otherwise be unwilling to confront. But how do we ensure that the lens is not distorted? The qualities that we admire in others often reflect the qualities that we desire within ourselves, while the traits that we find irritating or unacceptable in others often mirror the shadow aspects of our own personalities, as Jung elucidated. For example, if we are constantly drawn to partners who are confident and assertive, it may be because we lack these qualities within ourselves and seek to compensate for this perceived deficiency. Conversely, if we are constantly criticizing others for being overly emotional or dependent, it may be because we are repressing our own emotions and vulnerabilities. By recognizing these patterns of projection, we can begin to understand ourselves more deeply and to heal the wounds that are preventing us from living authentically. How do we discern the ethical boundaries of projecting our thoughts and feelings onto others? And when does this become a form of manipulation, subtly controlled by the Demiurge? While projection is a natural and often unconscious process, it can become unethical when we use it to control, manipulate, or harm others. Projecting our own insecurities onto others, for instance, can lead to unwarranted criticism, judgment, and even abuse. Attempting to force others to conform to our own expectations or beliefs can stifle their individuality and prevent them from living authentically. But can mantras, another concept we've previously covered, help? Love bombing, a manipulative technique that involves showering someone with excessive affection, attention, and praise in order to gain control over them, is a particularly insidious example of how relationships can be used for unethical control. But how do we spot the signs? This tactic, often employed by narcissists and sociopaths, is designed to overwhelm the victim's defenses, create a sense of dependence, and ultimately isolate them from their support network. While genuine expressions of love and appreciation are essential for healthy relationships, love bombing is characterized by its intensity, its insincerity, and its underlying motive of control. The question must then be asked, can genuine love even exist? What happens when we take personal responsibility for our relationships, conducting a thorough inventory of our connections, and recognizing the patterns of projection and manipulation that may be at play? And what if we find that others do not share our sentiments? This process can be painful, requiring us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves and the people in our lives. We may discover that some of our relationships are based on unhealthy dynamics, codependency, or even abuse. We may also find that some of the people we have trusted the most are not who we thought they were. However, by taking ownership of our experiences and making conscious choices about who we allow into our lives, we can begin to create healthier, more fulfilling relationships based on mutual respect, trust, and authenticity. The online dating world, with its superficial profiles, fleeting interactions, and constant pursuit of the next best thing, provides a fertile ground for the Demiurge's manipulations. But how do we navigate this landscape without falling prey to its traps? The pressure to present an idealized version of oneself, the constant comparison with others, and the commodification of human connection can all contribute to feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, and loneliness. Consider the film Her, which explores the complexities of relationships in the digital age, raising questions about the nature of love, connection, and authenticity in a world increasingly mediated by technology. By recognizing these potential pitfalls and cultivating a sense of self-awareness, we can navigate the online dating world with greater intention, discernment, and ultimately find more fulfilling connections. XCI. Micro-actions, macro impact. Subtly altering reality. What if the key to challenging the Demiurge's influence lies not in grand gestures or sweeping revolutions, but in the seemingly small, insignificant actions that we take each day, creating a ripple effect that gradually transforms our reality? And is this truly an expression of free will? Seemingly small choices, such as practicing kindness, speaking our truth, and making conscious choices, can create positive changes in our lives and in the world around us, gradually eroding the Demiurge's power and paving the way for a more authentic reality. How do small acts, such as practicing kindness, speaking our truth, and making conscious choices, create positive changes in our lives and in the world around us? And how does this connect to our previous discussion of choosing to live authentically? Each act of kindness, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect of positivity, inspiring others to act with compassion and empathy. Each time we speak our truth, even when it is difficult or uncomfortable, we break free from the chains of fear and conformity, empowering others to do the same. Each conscious choice we make, whether it's choosing to support sustainable businesses, to consume responsibly, or to engage in acts of service, contributes to a more just and equitable world. These micro-actions, multiplied across countless individuals, can create a powerful force for change, gradually transforming our reality from the bottom up. What if certain movements or ideologies, seemingly spontaneous and organic, are actually the result of carefully orchestrated micro-actions designed to achieve specific macro results? And how can we analyze these from a spiritual perspective? From a spiritual perspective, we can see these movements and ideologies as manifestations of the collective consciousness, reflecting both its potential for good and its vulnerability to manipulation. By understanding the underlying forces at play, we can make more informed choices about which movements and ideologies to support, aligning ourselves with those that promote love, compassion, and authenticity, while resisting those that perpetuate fear, division, and control. But how do we discern between genuine movements and those that are manipulated? Let's challenge ourselves to take accountability for the small and big decisions that we've made recently, particularly in our relationships and professional lives, and what patterns emerge. Have we been acting out of fear, obligation, or a desire for external validation, or have we been guided by our inner wisdom and our commitment to living authentically? Have we been supporting businesses and organizations that align with our values, or have we been unknowingly contributing to systems of exploitation and injustice? By honestly assessing our choices and making conscious adjustments, we can begin to align our lives with our true purpose, gradually eroding the Demiurge's influence and creating a more fulfilling reality. The emphasis should be on progress, not perfection, acknowledging that perfection is an unattainable ideal within the Demiurge's realm. And how does this shift in perspective liberate us? The Demiurge, in its desire for control and order, often seeks to impose unrealistic standards of perfection, leading us to feel inadequate, unworthy, and constantly striving for an impossible goal. By shifting our focus from perfection to progress, we can embrace our imperfections, celebrate our small victories, and cultivate a sense of self-compassion, freeing ourselves from the Demiurge's judgmental gaze and empowering us to live more fully in the present moment. This is where we must begin to truly trust ourselves. XCII. Embracing the unknown. Surrendering to the mystery. What if the true key to transcending the Demiurge's influence lies not in seeking definitive answers or absolute certainty, but in embracing the inherent mystery of existence and cultivating a sense of wonder in the face of the unknown? And how does this surrender liberate us? The nature of the Demiurge and the ultimate nature of reality may always remain a mystery, challenging us to embrace the unknown and to cultivate a sense of wonder, to realize it is okay to not know. The questions we may never be able to answer are often the most profound, challenging us to expand our understanding and to deepen our connection to the divine. And how do we reconcile this acceptance with our innate desire for knowledge? By embracing the unknown, we open ourselves up to new possibilities, new perspectives, and new levels of awareness. We learn to trust our intuition, to follow our hearts, and to navigate the complexities of life with greater ease and grace. The Demiurge, in its desire for control and certainty, seeks to limit our understanding, to confine us within the boundaries of its limited perception. But how do we push beyond these boundaries? What happens when we learn that there's a new set of concepts to learn, a new layer of reality to explore? And how does this relate to the ever-evolving nature of theories like simulation theory? Simulation theory, which posits that our reality may be a computer-generated simulation, challenges our fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence, forcing us to question everything that we think we know. While this theory may seem unsettling, it also offers a glimpse into the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current understanding, reminding us that the universe is far more complex and mysterious than we can ever imagine, which can then allow to have open minds. The concept of impermanence, the understanding that everything is constantly changing and evolving, is also a key aspect of embracing the unknown. But how do we find peace in this constant state of flux? By accepting the impermanence of all things, we can learn to let go of our attachments, to appreciate the present moment, and to find peace in the midst of chaos. The Demiurge, in its desire for permanence and control, seeks to resist change, to cling to the past, and to fear the future. But what happens when we no longer fear? How do we find a balance between being okay with the unknown and actively searching for more knowledge and understanding? And at what point does the search become a distraction from the present moment? The key lies in cultivating a sense of curiosity and wonder, while also remaining grounded in our own inner wisdom and intuition. We can actively seek knowledge, explore new ideas, and challenge our limiting beliefs, but we must also be mindful of the potential for intellectual arrogance and the temptation to get lost in endless speculation. And how do we stop that from happening? But what if finding more knowledge and understanding is not always the right path? And what if the true key to liberation lies in surrendering to the mystery and embracing the unknown? Perhaps the Demiurge wants you to chase more. XCII. Connecting back to Sophia, femininity as a guiding force, the goddess Sophia, the embodiment of wisdom, compassion, and creativity, serves as a guiding force in the realm created by the Demiurge, offering us a path towards gnosis and liberation. But who is she? How can she be found? And how does she coincide with all the points we have discussed? Sophia represents the divine feminine principle, the intuitive, receptive, and nurturing aspect of the divine that is often suppressed or ignored in patriarchal societies. She is the embodiment of gnosis, the direct, experiential knowledge of the divine that transcends intellectual understanding. And how does this all affect ascension? The feminine aspect, with its emphasis on intuition, empathy, and connection, plays a crucial role in helping us navigate the complexities of the Demiurge's realm and to live authentically. But how do we cultivate this aspect within ourselves? This involves recognizing and valuing the qualities that are often associated with femininity, such as compassion, sensitivity, and emotional intelligence, while also challenging the limiting stereotypes that have been imposed upon women and the feminine principle. The presence of both the anima, the unconscious feminine side in men, and the animus, the unconscious masculine side in women, highlights the importance of integrating these aspects within ourselves, achieving a balance that fosters wholeness and authenticity. This will allow us to break free of the matrix. The archetypal roles of the Virgin, the Mother, and the Crone offer different ways to connect with the goddess Sophia, each representing a different stage of life and a different aspect of the feminine principle. But are these roles influenced by the Demiurge? The Virgin represents purity, innocence, and potential. The Mother represents nurturing, compassion, and creativity, and the Crone represents wisdom, experience, and transformation. By embracing these different aspects of the feminine, we can cultivate a deeper connection with Sophia and to unlock our own inner power. But are we even seeing them? Connecting with Sophia can help us to gain gnosis, the direct, experiential knowledge of the divine that transcends intellectual understanding. But how does this affect our ascension, our journey towards spiritual liberation? Sophia, as the embodiment of wisdom, can guide us through the illusions of the Demiurge's realm, helping us to discern truth from falsehood and to align ourselves with the divine will. By cultivating a relationship with Sophia, we can unlock our own inner wisdom, access our intuition, and to embark on the path towards spiritual awakening. Ultimately, understanding and embracing the role of Sophia in our lives is the ultimate key to seeking the light in a world cast in the shadow of the Demiurge. By seeking the light, we may come ever closer to the One. XCIV. concluding overview, XCV. Signaling the end, reflecting on our journey as we draw our exploration of the Demiurge to a close, it's important to acknowledge the sheer scope and complexity of this concept. Whether viewed as a flawed creator, a benevolent craftsman, or a representation of the ego, the Demiurge invites us to grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of reality, the source of suffering, and the path to liberation. The pursuit of understanding, especially when it leads us down labyrinthine paths of ancient texts, philosophical interpretations, and psychological insights, is itself a worthwhile endeavor, expanding our minds and challenging our assumptions. What we've covered in this exploration represents merely a glimpse into the vast, often perplexing, world of esoteric knowledge, a world that continues to beckon us with its mysteries and its potential for transformative understanding. While we've touched upon a vast array of interconnected concepts, each one is a doorway into an even more expansive landscape, inviting endless exploration and discovery. XCVI. Thematic synthesis, duality, limitation, and transcendence. Throughout our exploration, we've encountered the Demiurge in many guises. The Gnostic portrayal of a flawed and ignorant creator, Plato's vision of a benevolent craftsman striving to shape the world according to ideal forms, Jung's interpretation of the Demiurge as a manifestation of the ego or the shadow self, and even modern interpretations that link it to simulation theory, painting it as a programmer of our reality. We've also touched on Lucifer and Ahriman as Demiurge representations, and even its subtle existence in art, architecture, and music. But what is the unifying thread that connects these seemingly disparate interpretations? It is the fundamental theme of duality inherent in creation, the idea that the Demiurge embodies both a creative force and a limiting one, a principle that seems to permeate every facet of existence. Recognizing that the path to liberation involves acknowledging and transcending these limitations, embracing both the light and the dark aspects of ourselves, and striving for wholeness becomes paramount to freeing ourselves. XCVII. Resolving the initial question, beyond good and evil, and so, we return to the initial question that sparked this exploration. Is the Demiurge a creator or a cosmic villain? Hopefully, our journey has revealed the limitations of framing the Demiurge within such simplistic terms as a purely malevolent or purely benevolent force. Instead, the Demiurge emerges as a complex and multifaceted figure, embodying the inherent tensions and paradoxes that lie at the heart of creation itself. The value in understanding the Demiurge lies not in assigning blame or passing judgment, but in gaining a deeper appreciation of ourselves, our limitations, our potential for growth, and of the inherent duality that exists within everything that is touched. It's within this acknowledgement that we can then truly begin to traverse the authentic path. XCVII. Broadening the implications, reality, free will, and responsibility, our exploration of the Demiurge inevitably leads us to confront larger, more profound questions about the nature of reality itself. Is our reality a true reflection of the divine, or is it a simulated construct, limited by the Demiurge's flawed perception? Do we truly possess free will, or are our choices predetermined by the Demiurge's design? And perhaps most importantly, what is the extent of our personal responsibility in shaping our world and our own destinies? Understanding the Demiurge challenges us to question our most fundamental assumptions, to think critically about the forces that shape our perceptions, and to take responsibility for our choices, recognizing that we have the power to co-create our reality if we so choose. By reclaiming our sovereignty, we can evolve into a more positive version of ourselves, and by challenging oppressive systems, we can create a potential for greater social change. XCIX. Empowering affirmation. Embracing our potential through this exploration, we have gained a deeper understanding of the forces shaping our reality and the potential for transcending those forces. This understanding equips us to navigate the complexities of life with greater awareness, to make more conscious choices, and to live more authentically, aligning ourselves with our highest values and aspirations. If we can come together to make more conscious decisions, there is a potential that the system can be hacked, shifting the balance of power and creating a more equitable and just world. While some forces may never be fully defeated, our personal journey towards self-discovery and spiritual liberation remains our own, and it is a journey worth undertaking. C. A hopeful conclusion. Seeking the light within the path to spiritual liberation may be challenging, fraught with obstacles and uncertainties, but the potential for growth, understanding, and transformative change is limitless. Let us continue to seek wisdom, to challenge our assumptions, to embrace our own unique journeys, and to never give up on the quest for truth. Whether we find guidance in the archetype of Lucifer, the wisdom of Sophia, or the challenges presented by Ahriman, let us remember that the light we seek resides within ourselves, waiting to be kindled and shared with the world. CI. Closing statement. The journey continues ultimately. The key lies in recognizing the duality within ourselves, acknowledging both our light and our shadow, and in choosing to align with our highest potential, to embrace our divine spark, and to create a world that reflects our deepest values. And so we return to where we began, but now with a deeper understanding of the forces shaping our reality and the potential for transcending those forces. Fade to black or return to the opening image. CII. Continuing the quest. Call to engagement. I encourage you to share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. What are your personal insights into the Demiurge? How do you understand its influence in your own life? What steps are you taking to transcend its limitations and live more authentically? Subscribe for more insights into esoteric knowledge and the hidden dimensions of reality. If you are so led, continue this quest by supporting this channel through Patreon, where there can be further support and exploration. CIII. Final authority reinforcement. Illuminating the path, it is clear that the Demiurge is a complex and multifaceted concept that challenges our assumptions about reality, free will, and the nature of good and evil. But it is also clear that we have the power to transcend its limitations, to reclaim our sovereignty, and to create a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. We set out to understand the Demiurge, and we have now gained a deeper appreciation for its influence and the potential for liberation. This quest to find light is never over, fellow seekers. With that, we conclude this exploration.